Hey guys, welcome back to another nuclear revenge compilation. So let's hit those like and subscribe buttons down below and let's get into it. That said, our story of the day is by Gottradov, Nuclear Ghosting Revenge on Cheating Fiancé. The players are myself, fiancé, fiancé's mom. The time frame is 2013 to 2016. It's obviously been several years since the incident, and I literally have never told anyone in my new life about this. Tonight, I have some good wine to drink and figure I'll let my fingers do the talking. I thought I had met the perfect woman. We met in the last year of college. We met at a party and hit it off instantly. She was a beautiful blonde with sun-kissed skin, and she could have been a model. Think Kate Upton type figure. She was kind, compassionate, sympathetic, good listener, and had an active life with many friends. She liked my friends, and it was awesome how over the 3 years we knew each other, how our friend groups merged. Several of our friends began dating each other. It was some of the best times of my life. I was on for a postgrad in finance, and she had a degree in contractual law. This is just to say we ended up being successful in our own rights. But I'm no slouch in the looks department either. 5'11", 190 pounds, and liked the gym. I wasn't a super athlete, but let's just say I was built. But I was and am very shy, and didn't have a lot of prior relationships prior to meeting her. The first evening we met, we were smitten. First night, we talked all night. Then it went to texting and phone calls daily, then dates weekly. Then after a year, when I started working on my new job, she moved in. I loved her family and her family loved me, mostly her mother as her father was standoffish, as he was to everyone. It was a whirlwind of romance. After 2.5 blissful years of overseas vacations, hiking trips, and luxury vacations, I proposed to her. She said yes. I was over the moon. She was doing all the planning for the wedding. We were talking about our futures together, buying a house, children, and family trips that we were going to take together, and all such things like that. Then it happened. One evening, after we both get home to our apartment, she's a little distant. I think I noticed it right away, as we were always very affectionate towards each other. This would only happen about once a week for the first month after proposal, then it was more frequent. I would have been none the wiser, except that I used to listen to a lot of Reddit on YouTube, so I waited and observed. These bouts of ignoring me would only last a couple of hours, then she would be right back to normal. But after 6 months, wedding in a year, she was like this almost every night. Sex was still great, relationships with her parents was still great, but over Thanksgiving at her parents' home in Louisville, Kentucky, we live just north of DC, she was standoffish towards me in front of her mother. Now her mother was a very observant woman. She pulled her daughter aside to talk to her, and I could hear them arguing. After some heated but muffled words, they returned to the rest of the family and carried on like nothing was going on. I figured I could ask her about it later, and did. She wasn't willing to talk about it and asked me to wait till we were home to discuss it. I agreed as I loved her deeply and thought we could work through anything. Her mother was an older version of her. Same stunning looks, just a few grays in her long, thick blonde hair. This is important later. Back home, I asked her about it, and she was unwilling to discuss it. When pressed on it for a week, she finally confessed that a guy at her work was trying to get to know her better. She wanted to be forthcoming, so she showed me her phone, and as I looked through it, I noticed all the texts that would have happened during the time she was withdrawing from me were removed. There was nothing untoward in the texts, but I did go into her phone settings and turned on her locator on her phone as we shared the same phone plan, and I honestly thought it would make me see that she was not doing anything wrong. Was I wrong? That second weekend after Thanksgiving, she had a company Christmas party. I had planned on going, but came down with food poisoning and had to back out. She had a girlfriend pick her out from her apartment, as they planned on drinking a lot and had a designated driver for the evening. We'd planned on going out all night, so I told her to have a blast and I would see her in the morning. So as I'm puking my guts out and barely able to get off the toilet for more than 30 minutes, I grab my phone and watch her location. First it was the restaurant, then the venue of the company party, then a bar. None of this alarmed me until I saw her phone stop in a downtown hotel. At this point, I was miserable in more ways than 3. Projectile vomiting out my butt, mouth, and now soul. I finally fell asleep due to sheer exhaustion at 2 a.m. At 7 a.m., I awoke and saw she was still at the hotel. At noon, she finally comes home, and I'm on the mend. She loves me up, and I asked her about the previous night without mentioning anything about knowing her locations. She talks about the restaurant, party, the bar, but then says she went to her girlfriend's house to crash for the evening. First lie. For the next 3 months, she has to start working later and later, 3 to 4 days a week. As I start asking her about it, she becomes more and more defensive. I talked to her mom one evening when fiancé didn't come home until late. I asked her mom about the Thanksgiving conversation, and she admitted to me that she thought her daughter might be stepping out of our relationship because of how she read her body language. She also said that her daughter was being more and more distant with her in their weekly texting conversations. With all this speculation that was going on in my mind, I kept it to myself. 2 weeks later at work, I ended up getting a new project at my company that was going to require me to fly to the Midwest Monday through Friday for the next 5 weeks, starting in 2 weeks. It came with an increase in salary, and as I broke the news to my fiancée, she was delighted for me. I didn't think though that she was excited for the same reasons I was, so I went online and ordered 4 motion-activated spy cameras for my apartment. I put one in my living room and entry area, one in the kitchen, one in our bedroom, and one looking down our hallway. They were very small and connected to the internet via a hidden network, so they couldn't be spotted on the Wi-Fi network. I secured the cams with a password and waited. On my first week out, she had girlfriends over the first 2 nights and never worked late once. The third night, a guy came over. I was enraged. I'm sitting there in my hotel room screaming at the monitor and calling her every name in the book. Then they went all the way, first on the couch, then in our bed. She bent ways for him that I didn't know were possible. What was the worst was as I'm watching them get it on, I call her to see how her day went. She hears her phone ringing and holds her hand up for him to stop giving her back door and answers the call. I ask why she's breathing heavy, and she says she was at the gym working out. As soon as the call's over, she goes right back to doing the dirty. When I got home Friday evening, I ignored her and went right to bed. And early Saturday, got up and went cycling. I was so upset that I didn't even realize that I biked over 50 miles from our apartment. The furthest I'd biked before was 30 miles, but that day I went 105.6. Getting back absolutely exhausted, I showered. Then she and I went out that evening and had our fun with our friends and had a lot to drink. Is it breakup sex when the one you're going to break up with is oblivious? I was bursting inside. Heartbreak, anger, rage, feelings of betrayal all swirled around in my heart and mind. She, who used to be so attentive, was oblivious to all this. It hurt so much because I loved her so much. I finally confided in one of our mutual friends, and he told me that they all knew about it for months. I was finally told. They all felt sorry for me, but no one again said a darn thing to me, which is why they stopped inviting us out with them. I hadn't noticed it before, but I could look back and see that about 3 months prior, they gradually invited us, or me, less and less. So I figured I would try and win her back. The next weekend, I planned the entire weekend as a complete weekend of spoiling her in every way. Wined and dined, pampering, massages, rubs, talking to her about future plans and about how much I loved her. I knew I was starting to break through when after her 4th glass of wine, she started to cry, and I could tell the guilt was coming up to the surface. I asked her what was wrong, but she would choke up every time she tried to speak. I then told her that if she did something in her past or was having some kind of conflict in her mind that she needed to speak to me about, that I was more than willing to talk with her about it, and if forgiveness was needed, then I was more than willing to forgive and move on. The only words that came out of her mouth was how much she loved me. It actually hurt to hear that from her, as I now had 4 separate videos of her and the other guy in our apartment getting it on. Over the next 8 weeks of traveling to the Midwest, the trips lasted for what would be 10 weeks, I recorded over 41 hours of her hooking up with what I found out was her coworker. She never worked late once while I was gone. I tried every weekend to be extra attentive, and each week she got more and more distant. After watching this for 8 weeks, I was done. So I devised a 12-step getaway plan. 1. Gather evidence. 2. Get her out of the way in order to execute my plan. I scheduled a 2-week exclusive getaway trip for us at an all-inclusive resort in Barbados. She was ecstatic. Then a week before the trip, I claimed I had to back out and told her to take a friend. I knew it was over when she showed no disappointment that I couldn't go. She scheduled coworker to go with her. 3. Terminate our apartment lease. It would expire 3 days into her trip, and I was the sole signature on the lease. 4. Find a job in another town. The company I'd been assisting in the Midwest had offered me a job with a slight increase in salary. 5. Find a new place to live. I got an apartment in the above said location. When she's gone, perform the following. 1. Take her to the airport, go back home, pack all of her things the same day. Saturday. 2. Get a new phone number, phone and email, cancel all social media on Monday. 3. Separate us completely in regard to finances, withdrew all monies from our joint accounts, and then closed them. I put all her money in an envelope and packed it in her things Monday. 4. Have the movers pack all my things up and ship it west Monday. 5. Take all their things to her mother's house 600 miles away. All my fiance's belongings fit into the back and bed of my F-250 crew cab Tuesday through Saturday. 6. Give her mother the evidence. 7. Start my new life. I didn't want to do anything that was illegal, so I made sure that nothing of hers was missing. It was so hard to pack all her stuff up nicely and neatly away. I never cried so hard in my life. I've read so many times on Reddit about significant others saying they'd never do it again when caught, but they didn't stop. My hope was that she would genuinely confess so we could forgive and move on. She never did. Twice she came really close, but her secret was too hard for her to reveal. Tuesday morning, I left our apartment north of DC for the last time. It took 10 hours to get to her mom's house. What happened when I got there? I was not prepared for. I arrived at her mom's house around 8 in the evening. I figured she would be surprised to see me since I was coming down unannounced. Since they lived in a gated community, I had to buzz her house from the front gate, so she was waiting for me outside when I drove up. I could tell that she'd been crying when I walked up to see her. I asked her what was wrong, and she hugged me bawling that she thought her husband was cheating on her with a much younger, skinnier, and prettier woman. Dumbfounded, I just told her for what was probably 10 minutes. She soaked my right shoulder with her tears and snot. When she finally composed herself, I asked if we could go in and talk. We went in, and I asked where her husband was, and she indicated that he was going fishing with his buddies at a remote cabin an hour away. Then she said, he hates fishing. She gave me all the indications that she'd picked up on, and apparently it had been going on for about a year. So, doing a little bit of research, we found a credit card hold charge for a 5-star hotel that was only 20 minutes away. One call later confirmed her husband was in fact there for a 4-night stay, cheating with his mistress. 2 peas in a pod, I said. What? She responded. 2 peas in a pod, I said again. Your husband's cheating on you, and your daughter is cheating on me. That's why I came here to drop her stuff on and move on to so-and-so. I showed her the evidence in a binder on screen captures I'd made. After looking at the first 3 or 4 pages, she looked at me dumbfounded. We both hugged and cried for a good 30 minutes. At that point, she said stop crying and looked at me and said, well, tonight there's nothing we can do about it except for you and I to knock out these bottles of Moscato and hook up in every room of the house. She grabbed 2 wine glasses and a bottle of Moscato wine and walked out to their private pool deck saying, are you coming out here or are you going to get freaking revenge? Now, I won't go into too much detail because I don't want to get blue balls, but that night and for the next 3 days, we hooked up non-stop, everywhere she could offer, in or on 25 plus times in that period. After those days were over, we passionately said goodbye and I drove to my new destination. She kept me informed as to everything that happened when now ex-fiancé got back. The day fiancé got back was epic. I canceled my phone the morning of the day she got back. So when the plane landed and she called for a ride, it indicated the phone was disconnected. She apparently had her lover take her home. He dropped her off and left. When she came to the door, a strange couple, new tenants, answered the door and she freaked out. I can't tell you how many times she tried to call me again because the number was no longer valid. She went to her girlfriend's to stay for a time as coworker was already married. When she called her mom in a panic, her mom told her that I had come down and dropped off all her things and mentioned that all her monies were down there as well, 600 miles away. Her mom didn't tell her that she'd hooked up with me more than 3 days than fiancé and I had in the last 6 months. But she did tell her that she knew that she was cheating on me, and I said I'd found a nice new job, a place to stay, and a new career far away from her and all the friends we had, and that her mother was separating from her father due to infidelity. Apparently, she cried for days and took a week off work, but alas, she found comfort in the arms of her married lover. Her mom never let her know where I was at. I completely cut off that part of my life. The only link I had to that old life was fiance's mom, and she kept our secret to this day. Fiance was ghosted the mosted. I mean, if there was ever a time to get a double revenge, I suppose that's it. I will say this thing is definitely nuclear. If you were given the exact opportunity OP was here, would you just drop her stuff off and leave to never return? Or would the chance of getting that harsh level of revenge with their own parents be too much of a life story to pass up on? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. They framed me, they fired me, and that's how they screwed themselves into a divorce, a prison sentence, and a handful of deportations. This is a long one, but if you stick with it till the end, you'll learn how I was framed and fired from my job and accidentally set off a chain reaction that led to a staff overhaul, with several managers being fired or moved to other restaurants, the general manager being fired and getting a divorce, and one of the managers being investigated by the FBI and ultimately arrested, as well as several of the workers being deported. Here we go. I used to work at an upscale restaurant owned by a large corporate entity that owns several different restaurant brands. I worked there for about 3.5 years before they eventually fired me, but more about that later. First, I want to give an idea of my role there. My role at that job was a little of everything. Since the day I started working there, I took it upon myself to learn as much as possible. I was very persistent with management when I wanted to learn a new department. I had started as a server, but eventually worked my way into different departments and job titles, like carryout, hosting, bartending, bar backing, banquets, catering, and deliveries. My singular goal while working there was to make myself available for as many hours as possible. I was being paid about $12 an hour, though that fluctuated if I was working as a bartender or server and making tips. Eventually, it was noticed by management how I fit best into one of the non-tipped positions. I was so good at it, they decided to try me out as an unofficial supervisor over the team that worked in carryout, catering, and deliveries, as those were all one department. I knew this was going to ultimately mean a few less hours, since I would only be working one department. So I negotiated with management to increase my pay by about $1.50. Since I was taking on additional responsibilities, they were satisfied with the pay increase. I wasn't trying to get as much money as possible. I just wanted to be able to pay my bills and still have a little money left over for fun. I was living in the highly taxed city of Chicago, which is in the already highly taxed state of Illinois. So it was pretty difficult to make ends meet and still have money left to enjoy my life. I'm a person of simple pleasures, and I can enjoy things for long periods of time, so it didn't take much money to be happy. A video game could hold my attention for several months, sometimes even years. I had a family pet that I'd brought with me to Chicago, so that counted as an extra expense. Not long after I started this position as the unofficial supervisor, I got a girlfriend, so I was also going out more often and spending money on her. With my position and some smart budgeting, I was able to afford all of this. The money wasn't an issue, but management had a high turnover rate, so the incoming managers often didn't know what the department entailed or how important hours were to workers of these departments. Eventually, it was noted that our current general manager was going to be fired and replaced. The incoming general manager was supposed to be some rock star when it came to improving restaurants. We looked up his name and found him as the first search result on Google. But the entry wasn't some glowing review of his work ethic or of his impeccable ability to improve the way a restaurant runs. It was actually a mugshot and a police report filed for repeated domestic abuse. This is important later. We'll call him Harvey. Shortly after Harvey came in and started making changes, one of our best managers gave her a resignation. She refused to work with him and, like a freaking oracle, told us to expect lots of sexual harassment, misogynistic comments, and for him to eventually run this place into the ground. Not long after she left, our general manager began replacing our current managers with hand-picked people that he had worked with in the past. Eventually, all but one manager was replaced. That manager was the kitchen manager. We will call him Fredo. Fredo had been there since I started working there. He seemed to be something of a chameleon, as in his values and ethics seemed to change depending on who his boss was. Honestly, I sort of applaud his survival instincts, but ultimately see him as a suck-up and traitor. Harvey never really replaced the manager for our department, so we ran without a lot of oversight. Unless you count me as the supervisor, we didn't constantly have someone breathing down our necks about how things should be done. Our department had some hiccups here and there, but it still ran really smoothly. Since we didn't have our own manager, we often had to radio for a manager to come help us out on things that needed a manager card for approval. Fredo would always be the one to answer these calls since the kitchen was closest to our department. Over time, the new team of managers started to see Fredo as the manager of our department as well. However, the hourly team that worked there still saw me as their supervisor. This meant that anytime Fredo was trying to make changes that would ultimately hurt us, the team relied on me to mitigate those disasters or to negotiate with Fredo to let us do our jobs the way we had already proven worked really well. Over several months, Fredo and I would butt heads dozens of times. He and I were constantly arguing about how important hours were to the workers in this department. He had it in his head that we should be living off of tips like servers. But since most of our orders were carry-out, they came in through Grubhub, and Grubhub doesn't tip. We didn't have a lot of deliveries in a day, and the tips we got from those were maybe $10 if we were lucky. But splitting $10 4 ways doesn't add up to a lot. It just showed that Fredo had no clue what he was talking about. Eventually, we had a meeting with Harvey, Fredo, and all of the workers of this department. It was marketed as a chance to voice all our grievances and concerns with the changes they wanted to make with no chance of retaliation. So the workers did exactly that. They talked about how Fredo was trying to cut hours, even though he isn't our actual manager. When it was brought up that they're attempting to hire someone to be the manager, the team suggested that I take over since I'd already been supervising them and running things smoothly for the last several months. I was also the one that management consulted when writing schedules, as I had an understanding of the days some workers could and couldn't work depending on their school schedules or family life. I could see at the moment it was suggested that Harvey and Fredo made the decision on the spot that I had to be gotten rid of. Although they didn't say it, I could see the look they gave each other and instinctively knew that my days at this place were numbered and my job was going to be getting the axe one way or another. They made a bunch of promises to us about not cutting hours. They told us that they would stop sending all but one person home early and only leaving one person to clean everything and close up by themselves. As this wasn't a small department and it was simply too much for one person to do alone while still meeting health and safety standards. They promised that whatever hours we were scheduled for, we would work. We weren't trying to be unreasonable, so we told them that we usually have 3 or 4 people scheduled to work our department. They could cut 2 of them early, but we always needed at least 2 people to help close properly. The promise was made that they would always have at least 2 closers. However, only about a week later, they started sending all but one person home early again every night. One night, they tried to do it while I was scheduled as the closer, and we had just returned from a massive catering event, and there was an unbelievable amount of cleanup left to do for one person. When Fredo came in and tried to send everyone except me home, I stepped up and told him that he was consistently breaking the promise he had made to us during the meeting. He looked me square in the face and told me to stop complaining about it, and if I was going to keep trying to talk to him about breaking his promises, he could easily find someone who could work my shifts. I quickly realized this was an assassination attempt on my job. He wanted me to press it further, so I backed off and started cleaning. I ended up having to stay way late, and that meant overtime pay anyway. I got a write-up for that since we aren't allowed to work overtime without a manager's approval. When I refused to sign the write-up, pointing out that I tried to explain to Fredo that I wouldn't be able to clean up all that stuff alone before my scheduled shift ended, I was allowed to leave without signing the write-up, but only because that HR rep that was present wasn't one of Harvey's cronies. Skip ahead to the day I was fired. It's important to note at this point that I always came into work an hour early. Since we live in Chicago, food was expensive. However, at our job, we were allowed to have as much free soup and bread as we liked. So I would come into work 1 hour early every day so I could have some soup and bread for lunch before my shift. But on this day, when I walked into the kitchen to get myself some soup, one of the line cooks told me that he had a dish that had been canceled after he cooked it, and Fredo had told him to give it to someone. He assured me Fredo had already comped it and that it was free to take for whoever wanted it. It just so happened to be my favorite appetizer, so I happily took the free food. Not long after I got to my booth, both Harvey and Fredo approached me and asked me if I had put in a ticket for that food. I told them that the line cook had given it to me and said it was the canceled order that Fredo had already comped. Fredo looked dumbfounded and said he had no idea what I was talking about. So Harvey told me, "I think you know that's theft. Go ahead and finish the food and then grab your stuff and go. That's the last meal you'll be having here." I tried to explain to them that I'd been given this food by the line cook, but they refused to listen, so I offered to take them to the kitchen to clear it up with the cook. But by the time I'd gone back to the kitchen with them to talk to the line cook, he'd already gone home for the day. I had no choice but to gather my stuff, say my goodbyes, and head home. On my way out, I told the people working my department that afternoon what had happened, exactly as it happened. They were shocked and angry, but mostly sad to see me go. I decided on my way out, I would stop by the accounting office and pick up any tips that may have been dropped for me that week, just to make sure I didn't get screwed out of that money. Before heading down, I had the gut feeling to just set my phone to record, and I stuffed it into my pocket with the camera rolling. Although the video was entirely black since it was in my pocket, I did manage to get a pretty muffled recording of Harvey and Fredo's voices through the door discussing how things had gone as planned and that they'd been trying to get rid of me ever since the meeting with my department. I knocked on the door and they hushed up before opening it. They asked what I was still doing there, and I asked for my tips. They gathered what was in the safe for me and handed it over. Despite my anger rising at what I just heard, I decided not to burn the bridge just yet, because perhaps I could freaking nuke it later. I offered a handshake to both managers, thanked them for the opportunity to work there, and left, making sure to pull my phone out of my pocket and record the front of the restaurant with the sign showing its name and logo. Working in a restaurant, you learn to always cover your own butt. It's true for most jobs, but something was just telling me I would need this all later. If I was accused of theft, I wanted to be able to prove it wasn't true if it ever came up in future job interviews, which is exactly what happened, and where this all started going nuclear. On the train ride home, I sent some messages and made some posts on local groups on Facebook saying that I'd just been fired and that I was looking for a job as quickly as possible. By the time I got off at my stop, I had already set up an interview for later that day. I was offered the job about 5 minutes into the interview, but after going over the details, it didn't sound like it was for me, so I turned it down. I interviewed a few other places and found one that was a darn good fit, with a hefty pay increase compared to my previous job, and I wouldn't have to deal with customers. It was an auditing job for a logistics company. However, during the interview with the manager of this job, he mentioned he had already called my previous place of employment and spoken with the general manager, Harvey. Harvey told him that I'd even been fired for theft. Luckily for me, the manager I was interviewing with asked me to tell him more about that, and he was willing to let me pull out my phone and find the recording. I asked if the voice in the video was the same as the one he spoke on the phone with. It was. That was confirmation enough for him that I hadn't made a fake video. He listened to the two managers in the video admit that they had set me up and watched to the end when I showed the front of the restaurant complete with logo and name. The manager interviewing me, who we'll start calling Dean, hired me immediately and asked me to send him the recording. I did. I thought that was the end of it. About 7 months later, after settling into this job quite nicely, HR sent out a "Welcome all our new team members" email, which listed all the newest hires, some facts about them, and had pictures of them all. They sent these out every time they hired a new round of people. One of them, Thomas, was a former coworker who worked with me at the restaurant. We had worked at the host stand together, so I was pretty glad to see someone I knew and liked coming onto the team. I sought out his desk and went and said hello and asked why he left the restaurant. He hadn't left willingly. He'd been laid off because the company was under investigation. It had started as a relatively small matter. The corporate entity that owned the restaurant chain had received an email with an attached video. My video that had been filmed from inside my pocket. That was cause enough for corporate to send someone to investigate internally. Thomas was pretty surprised that I hadn't heard anything about it, since there'd been numerous attempts to get in touch with me. As soon as he said that, I logged into the old email I'd used when I first applied for the job at the restaurant. I had at least 24 emails asking me to come in to discuss my employment and termination. I never replied. I just didn't care enough anymore. I'd also changed my number since then, so they hadn't been able to contact me by phone. Thomas continued explaining that before corporate had sent someone, Harvey and Fredo had talked with my department and tried to offer them all a small pay increase to spin corporate a story about how I was incompetent at my job and failed to live up to my duties. The day the corporate auditor showed up, there had been a small exodus of people from my old department. They quit on the spot in front of the lady from corporate, let's call her Audrey, and made sure to rat out Harvey and Fredo before leaving. Strike one for both of them. Strike two came a couple of days after Audrey showed Harvey and Fredo the recording that had kicked all of this off. They denied it vehemently, but there was no mistaking Harvey's voice. It's unique. Not only that, the video picked up their voice and mine when we shook hands and had a friendly parting of the ways, which was something they'd already bragged about to Audrey, thinking it made them look better that we were able to part on good terms. This wasn't the actual strike two. That came when it was clear they needed to be separated, so Audrey sent Fredo to work at another restaurant owned by our parent company and temporarily demoted Harvey to manager. This tore them apart. They'd once been an inseparable evil team, but the pressure of the investigation must have pushed them over the edge. They ended up at each other's throats, on Facebook, on a public post on the company page. The post had since been deleted, but Thomas explained it as the following. Fredo had been pictured in the Facebook post on the restaurant page, and Harvey made a passive-aggressive comment about how Fredo shouldn't even be in the picture since he had been moved to another restaurant due to misconduct. Fredo saw this comment and said something along the lines of, "At least when people Google my name, I don't show up as the guy that punched his wife." To which Harvey responded, "Very funny from the guy who's cheating on his wife with Janet's sister." Janet was the girl they appointed to officially supervise my old department after they fired me, the unofficial supervisor. Fredo replies to that by saying, "Like you haven't tried with half the waitresses. They all have stories about you trying to screw them." The post was deleted, but not before it had been seen by Audrey the auditor. That was officially strike two. Strike three came the next day when Audrey started interviewing the female waitstaff and bartenders, seeing if any of them could confirm that Harvey had tried to make a move on them. All of them were interviewed separately. Several of them had similar stories. Every girl that confirmed Harvey had made a move on them all said he had offered to be their sugar daddy if they would send pictures or stay after closing to mess around with him. Harvey was fired, but that isn't the worst of it. Audrey the auditor wasn't just some random woman from corporate. She was the old regional manager for the area and had personally hired Harvey's wife as the GM of another restaurant in the city. So she called up the restaurant Harvey's wife worked at and told Harvey's wife everything she had learned from the female waitstaff. We learned later that they'd gotten a divorce over him trying to cheat on her after she'd already given him a second chance to change after he had beat her. I don't know what compelled her to give him a second chance after something like that, but she sure didn't give him a third. After firing Harvey, the line cook who had given me the food was interviewed by Audrey. I don't know how it came up, but at some point, he had let it slip that he was an illegal immigrant. She had his file in her hand with an Illinois ID and social security number on file, so this confused her, and she pressed him for more information. It turns out Fredo had some connections and had his own miniature black market going on where he would have fake social security cards and IDs made for the illegal immigrants he was hiring at reduced wages. It had been going on for at least 4 years. Needless to say, this is a felony. With a potential PR nightmare that she was likely dealing with, she felt like she had no choice but to alert the authorities. Local PD enlisted the help of the FBI since some of the evidence led them beyond the jurisdiction of the local police. Fredo was arrested and quickly gave up the names of the people working that he had sold social security cards and IDs to. I'm not sure if he gave up all of them, but he did name drop about 14 people. And of those 14, at least half were deported by the time Thomas had been let go. One of them was a line cook that had given me the food the day I was fired. Thomas went on to explain that it had all started with me being fired, but I never sent that recording to corporate. I'd only sent it to Dean when he hired me. I asked him about it, and he told me he had sent it to his wife since she was a lawyer. He wanted to see if I had a case to maybe sue my old job, since what they had done was wrong. But he also remembered that when we first talked about it, I had said that I'm not the type of person who would try to make millions off an entire company because of the mistakes of two jerks. But I also said that it would be pretty sweet to see them lose their jobs too. So his wife had been the one that sent it to the legal team at the corporate HQ of my old restaurant job. My boss showed it to his wife, who forwarded it to the real head honchos of my old job. They were both just trying to get two scumbags fired for what they did to me, but they ended up pulling a thread so long that it didn't end until there were sexual harassment accusations, revelations about managers cheating on their wives with girls related to people they had placed in positions of authority, a divorce, mass layoffs pending investigations, a staff overhaul, an FBI investigation into what could be considered black market dealings of falsified government-issued documents, and at least a half dozen deportations, probably as many as 14. I don't know if this counts as nuclear revenge, as I didn't actively pursue it, but Thomas ended up showing me that even if it wasn't revenge, it was definitely nuclear, and the crater it had left was massive. Although it definitely worked out well in the end, do you think OP's new boss was overstepping their boundaries by asking for that recording and reporting it to the corporate of OP's old job? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Over a decade later, I got revenge on my abuser. Background is short and sweet, just like the rest of the story. When I was a young lass, I was assaulted by an adult male who volunteered at the school I went to. It went on that entire year, and the next year, I had the good fortune to change schools for totally unrelated reasons. Due to standard issue threats and manipulation that come with these scenarios, I'll kill your family if you ever tell them and take you to live with me once they're dead, what we do is a special secret that nobody else can ever know, etc. I never told anyone. I pushed it down and just tried not to think about it. Many years later, I had a friend confide in me that something similar had happened to her, and we swapped stories. She had done things the proper, tidy way. She told a trusted adult. The perpetrator was tried in a court of law, he was convicted, and he was jailed for a long time. Everything wrapped up nice and neat with a little bow on top. She was pissed at me for not telling anyone about what had happened to me, even if it hadn't been until years later. Because what if it had happened to someone else? But I pointed out that once it was past the statute of limitations, I couldn't really tell anyone. Doing so when he wasn't tried and convicted would come back on me as slander. So it felt like there wasn't anything I could do. For a while, I left it at that, but it started to nag at me. Was there really nothing I could do? I started by looking him up online. A basic Google and social media search were all I needed to find him. Living far away from where I was, and I wasn't sure if that meant good or bad things for my revenge, whatever it turned out to be, as I had no definite plan then. On his very public profile, I got some news that rattled me. He had terminal cancer. It didn't seem like he was going to drop dead the next day, but still, it was now or never if I wanted to get some kind of closure from him. So I requested him on social media, and he accepted. I sent him the first message. "Hey, I'm OP from school. Do you remember me?" He answered yes, and that was it. I asked for his phone number. "I just want to talk to you." He said he didn't think it was a good idea. I said, "It's been so long, there's nothing that could happen. I'm not mad, just sad more than anything, and I just want to talk. Now that I'm older, I want to understand." He believed me, and I got his number. I tried calling him immediately, straight to voicemail. He said he would set up a time for us to talk. Okay, fine. I can be patient. It only gave me more time to think about what I would do. About a week later, I called him and he picked up. I barely remember this conversation and went through a lot of it on adrenaline, shaking like a leaf. He sounded sick, old and sick. Not intimidating like he used to be, not scary, not anymore. He asked me what I wanted and why I was talking to him after so long. I said, "I just need to hear from you what you did to me so I know I'm not crazy." He said he couldn't do that. I told him he owed it to me and that it had been so long ago, the statute of limitations was expired, so there was nothing that could be done about it. I said that I knew he was dying and that it would clear his conscience to talk about it and answer all of my questions. Win-win, right? He still said no. So I told him that was a shame and that I'd hope to get closure from him, but I guess asking his wife and son that I'd seen on social media would have to be enough. This was a bluff on my part. I knew that by telling him that he could do preemptive damage control. If this didn't work, I'd be out of luck. He said fine. He first said in a very bland sort of way, "I was inappropriate with you back then." Not good enough. I pushed and pushed until I almost thought he was going to hang up, and he finally admitted it, in detail. I thanked him and asked if his conscience felt better. He said yes. I said good. That was all I wanted for both of us. I hung up. Now the actual revenge part. I'd recorded the whole thing. Not illegal. I was in a one-party consent area, and although he lived in a different area, he did too. I uploaded it to cloud storage and sent a link to his wife and his adult son. I explained that I'd found them as a mutual contact on social media, and since he was nearing the end, I thought they might appreciate knowing some of the memories he shared with me about the time he volunteered at that school. I never got a reply from his wife. I didn't expect one, but still I was a little disappointed. It took about 3 months, but then I finally got a message from his son. It was glorious. He wasn't the guy's son, he was his stepson, and he never liked the guy from day one. He told his mom this repeatedly, but she insisted he was just bitter about his bio dad leaving and told him to get over it. Something just felt off about him, and now he knew what it was. He apologized to me for how the guy had hurt me, not that it was any of his fault. They didn't even know him back then yet. He told me that he knew his mom hadn't replied to me, but she had listened to it. Afterwards, she'd left him, while he was dying of cancer. The stepson said this guy didn't have a family of his own, and that he and his mom and his own kids were all he had left. They severed ties with him. Best part? The wife never actually married him, and even if she had, when she left, it wasn't exactly like there was time for the guy to contest anything in court. He was fading fast, and that stuff can take a year or more to get settled. He didn't have that kind of time. When she left, she took all the money. It was all hers. He hadn't worked in a long time due to the cancer. She took the closest thing he had to family, and the best part, without her, he no longer had the money to pay for his private health insurance. I thanked the stepson for contacting me and asked if he could do me one more favor, tell me when it was over, and he was gone. He happily agreed. A few more months later, I got the news. He died alone in a state hospital. They weren't going to publish an obituary, although the stepson had decided to have him cremated so that he could scatter the ashes. No plot, no lasting proof that this man ever existed. Apparently, he had spent the last few months writing constant letters to his now ex and stepson, calling them, texting them, everything. Neither one had responded, and he died alone, knowing that what he had done had eventually ruined his life and taken away what mattered to him. I thought it was a pretty fitting ending, although in the end, vengeance just felt meh. I always wish I hadn't believed him back then, and had just told someone. First of all, I greatly appreciate OP sharing such a powerful story, and it really highlights some of the things that I think society needs to focus on as much as they can as a whole, where it's just making sure that the kids and the youth know that it's okay to reach out in situations like this where they just feel even uncomfortable, or reinforcing that despite threats, nothing bad is going to happen to them for speaking out. Do you guys feel like the outcome for this assistant was fitting for what they did? Or do you guys feel it was only a taste of what they really deserved? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Perfect Hamburger 812. Steal my money, take my house, put me into debt. Now it's time for me to ruin your life. My ex stole from me close to 90,000 euros, which I saved up for 9 years. And when I took her to court, I lost due to lack of evidence. At the moment, I felt destroyed and lost it all. She even sued me for emotional damages, and I had to pay 55,000 euros. So I was forced to sell my house and take a big loan from the bank. I stayed at a friend and helped me find some good lawyers, and we just found an amazing one. And one day, he helped me so much, and even helped me get the info of who took my money from my bank account. Something was wrong. The 29th of June, a transaction happened in my name. I never made it. I wasn't in the country at that time. Well, would you look at that? I was ready to get back into court when I found out that she bought my house. Well, I have a safe that I never told her about hidden in the bathroom behind the cabinet. Well, she ruined my life. Why not ruin hers even more? So I had an accomplice that helped me buy some drugs worth about 400 euros and used a friend to hide it there. The safe has a 4-digit code, that being 0000. Never got to change it to something else. And before taking her to court again, I had that same friend who hid the drugs turn her in. It took about a week for the cops to receive a mandate to search the house. They found nothing in the first 2 hours, and they wouldn't if my friend forgot to leave the safe cover open. That 400 euro worth of drugs are equal to a 5,000 euro fine and 12 years of prison. Well, I'm not done yet. Court time again. I had my lawyer get the footage from when the money from the bank was transferred, and also I had a document showing that I was not in the country at that time. We also found out the account to which the money was sent to. The name was that of my ex. Well, look how the tables have turned. My lawyer also demanded payment for emotional damage, all the money that was stolen, the house, and also money equivalent to 2 times the debt I had in the bank, which is equal to about 140,000 euros. The look on her face when everything came crashing down on her was totally worth it. And on top of the 12 years from drug possession, she received an additional 25 years for theft and false testimony. Enjoy it, witch. I mean, that's just completely ruining their life. Those are some very harsh punishments. I feel like if this happened in America, it would be jail time, but I don't think they would be in jail for, 37 years? All I know is this is definitely a nuclear revenge. And our final story of the day is by E. Dale 1. Favorite teacher gets wrongfully fired, so I get 3/4 of the staff arrested. I'll start off by saying this happened to my sister, and the actions taken were hers. My sister has always gotten along very well with her teachers, and has a habit of forming actual friendships with them, to the point that she still talks to her 5th grade English teacher, along with many others, decades later. This happened about 15 years ago. My sister was a student at Job Corps, a government-run, live-on-campus vocational training program, studying hotel and motel management. She got on extremely well with her hotel-motel management teacher, better than pretty much every teacher she'd already had up to that point. One day, the teacher goes to the center dean's office and walks in on a paper shredding session. It turned out that there was some pretty major embezzling happening at the center, as in more than 60% of the funds for the center were being stolen. The teacher was appalled, and despite some rather lucrative offers made, refused to join in on these acts. Less than a week later, the teacher was fired for trumped-up reasons. This was especially bad given the teacher was only 2 years away from retiring, and being fired lost their retirement package. Needless to say, my sister was pissed, knowing how things typically work, and that almost any report she tried to make would just be swept under the rug if it was taken seriously at all. She came up with a plan and took things nuclear. Over the next month or two, my sister managed to gather some basic evidence of the embezzling. Nothing concrete, but enough to warrant considerable investigation by the authorities. She took the little evidence she was able to gather, along with the story of what happened to her teacher, and sent the info in an email to the Job Corps regional director. Now, like I said, she knew that her email would likely be ignored or the event swept under the rug, so she got smart. The email was CC'd to every single major person in the Job Corps chain of command, all the way up to the national director, as well as to anyone even tangentially related to Job Corps and the upper echelons of the Department of Labor, and every member of Congress, as well as the US President's office. Remember, this was a government-run program. All in all, the email was sent to over 2,000 people. Basically, she not only sent the report, but sent it in such a way that everyone who got it could also see everyone else who got it, and she sent it to way more people than would be needed to ensure the issue couldn't be swept under the rug. 2 weeks later, after the investigation finished, never seen the government work so fast on anything that wasn't collecting owed taxes, Only 5 or 6 staff members out of the 20ish that worked in the center still had their jobs, and at least 5 of the ones fired, including the dean, were facing major criminal charges, with the rest facing minor charges. I'm not sure of the exact figure on how much was stolen, but it was well into the 7 digits. The embezzling had been happening for years. The teacher got a very nice severance package post-investigation. If I recall correctly, it was 3 years of pay, her full retirement package, and signing an NDA, though she didn't get her job back. And my sister was given her completion certificate despite not having finished the requirements of the course. They wanted her gone, but couldn't kick her out. This story actually kind of reminded me of something I thought I heard sometime recently, where it was like, if you're doing a course at a college and all of a sudden like the professor's gone or they can't teach that course, they're like required to just give you the certificate or the degree or something. Although having said that, it sounds like an absolute crackpot Twitter conspiracy, like Coca-Cola and Pop Rocks conspiracy theory. But straight up, they did the right thing here. Not only was it nefarious action going on, but they were stealing from the program and ultimately affecting the quality of the education as a whole of anybody that was going there. It's good these people were caught when they did, because this thing probably could have just kept going on and on for years and years further. I put my first job out of business after 8 years working there. Okay, so I live in a relatively small city in North Carolina and started working at the young age of 14 as a dishwasher, soon working my way up through the restaurant over 2 years. Settle in, cause this is a long one and I hope you all enjoy it. The original owner of the restaurant/bar, a 50-plus-year-old woman, had grown interest in selling the restaurant. After 10 years of great reviews, and honestly it became the best place in town to go to, a younger male walked in one day through the kitchen door. In the start, I thought he was a new employee. Finding out later that night, he was the one interested in buying the restaurant. And the sale went smoothly. Fast forward a year, and the new owner, let's call him Herb, denied the only time I'd ever asked for a raise. The $7.50 an hour I started on was not a living wage. He told me I didn't work hard enough when I'd gone as far as to wait on tables and cook, as well as many of the cleanup and maintenance jobs, on top of my job of being their dishwasher. Thankfully for me at the time, my manager, who had listened through the office door, called him out on the BS. She got me my raise. Nonetheless, a few months into it, Herb let several coolers which held meat break down, and refused to fix them or get a new one. My nice manager couldn't take getting the backlash of always being blamed for things breaking down. Herb's the owner, it was his money, he had to approve anything we did. So on the night we celebrated her 10-year anniversary of working there, she ate the cake my sister and I made her. Then, also proceeded to quit on the spot right after. The responsibility of management fell onto my sister, and she was forced to take the promotion with no raise or anything. She managed for 9 months, only to feel unheard for any issues she brought up with equipment or workers. She always would be told, "No, we can't do that." And after she had had enough trying to convince him on repairs, we were left without a manager for a period of time, and he was forced to drive the 3 hours to come and manage the restaurant himself. A few weeks after, a new manager was hired, and another man was hired to be my help in the kitchen. And me being the head cook at this point in time, I taught him the ups and downs of the kitchen, and this man, he was kind and caring at first, but he kissed butt so much that I was overlooked for the kitchen manager position. The guy I love to watch football with in the kitchen on my phone, using my speaker on the slow Sundays, changed into a brutal butthead. He would cuss at the waitresses and try to physically fight me on the daily. He and I were there to open the kitchen alone and would be joined by waitstaff an hour later. He went as far as to buck up to try to fight one of the waitresses one day, when she had mentioned she heard everything he said to me before she walked in. She said, "I'm done with your crap. You can either apologize or you can get the freak out. Hope he's been here a lot longer than you, and you were trained by him. And yet you think you can disrespect him? Heck no." As the man raised his hand to try to smack her, I punched him in the face, and in return, got slammed into the already broken coolers. You do not hit a woman ever. Fast forward a few months later, and after everyone sees the side of him, they realize I wasn't playing about him being a grade A jerk. Many of us tried to tell Herb about his actions, but were met with, "It can't be that bad, he's so nice." Finally, after not being heard or listened to for so long, I began planning how to quit. I had it all planned out, and when we had the meeting, I walked in a suit, already having found a place with, at that time, my fiancée, and a new job far from home. Everyone knew I was overdressed and had questions, and I filled them in on the walkout plan. Yet the mean manager was nowhere in sight. After enjoying the meeting and being called on for my opinions on how to boost sales and better the restaurant, I looked at Herb and answered sarcastically, "Oh, me? Now you want to hear what I have to say?" Getting in a serious tone now, I stand up and told him, why would I help a business, much less an owner of this business, better themselves when I've been blown off for months? Anything I had to tell you. I was bullied for months, and when I mentioned it, I was brushed off. Have a great freaking day, Herb, because you quite literally don't have a cook now. Today is moving day, and I'm moving over 4 hours away to a better job. One with an owner who will listen and respect their workers and not force us to try and cook green, slimy chicken past its expiration date. I quit. He begged for me to stay because he'd finally fired the mean manager. He said, "Is there any possible way I could get you to stay?" I looked at him and repeated the words he always told us when we mentioned equipment needing to be repaired or replaced, in his exact customer support accent. "No, we can't do that." As I walked out, he followed, begging me to stay, and said he finally did what was needed of him. I simply told him, too little, way too late, and proceeded to walk out. And what followed was all the coworkers on my side stood up and left too. This is not where it ends. He had purposely not given me my W-2 forms for taxes, and after a few days of harassing him for my tax papers, I got them. Then, I received a letter from the IRS saying there was a problem with my tax forms. Therefore, I couldn't receive my tax refund. Calling up the IRS, I found he had not submitted any of the forms he was supposed to as our employer. And when contacting him to rectify the situation, he proceeded to say, I don't recall employing any of you this year. After all, you all left with no reason or right. Little did he know, I record every conversation on my phone, and I reported him to the IRS. Attached to the email, I sent in the voice recording in an MP3 format. I also sent in photocopies of my check stubs and copies of my W-2s, along with informing my coworkers having issues with their taxes to do the same. Herb has since lost his business license, his wife left them and took their kids after finding out about his fraud. Herb's now facing upwards to 60 years in prison now for multiple counts of tax fraud. It turns out we were not the only business he owed and refused to pay taxes or file the correct tax forms when needed. He had withheld the safety precaution paid during COVID and used all of it to fix the restaurant. He messed up, and I get to sit back happily typing this with a smile, knowing this jerkhead got what was coming to him. For all of you wondering whether I ever got my taxes and my money, yes, I finally did as of yesterday. Does hearing stories like this make you want to record every phone call conversation that you have with your employer? Or really like any business you're doing? Or is that just too much work or too much of a hassle? Or maybe even like an invasion of privacy? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Dignified Dingo, How a Friendship Was Broken. This story is 100% true, and I even left in the parts that I really didn't want to admit to. I was 18 years old in 2001 and just started getting into the party scene. I like the drugs, I like the dance music, I'm an introvert, and I was trying to become social. During this time, I met some friends. John became my best friend for a decade, and Brian. At the time, I had just totaled my car, so John would drive for me, and we did everything together. He liked the same sports as me, was very giving, and was down to do all the crazy stuff that I would impulsively want to do. As a thanks for him being such a good friend, I would pay for gas and drugs. At the time, I was dealing white powder and ecstasy, not major dealing, but I usually had it on me, and John would never pay for what I gave him. Brian was a rave child, already pretty burnt out from stuff, but he was a lot of fun, knew lots of people, introduced me to the rave scene. Now, I worked and was dealing on the side, so I had okay money. I would start paying for Brian to get into clubs and for substances sometimes. He was kind of a mooch though, so I started cutting him off. Then things started going missing. He stole my expensive sunglasses, he stole substances and money from me, he stole from other dealers, and there were people looking for him. I finally cut him out of my life when he stole some X from me and fed it to a girl so he could hook up with her. Now, this girl and I had already hung out 2 weeks, and we made out, but I'm slow to make moves. I'm an introvert and don't have many relationships, and Brian had a beautiful girlfriend who was part of our friend group and pulls this crap. A couple weeks later, I see his girlfriend at the bank, and I say, "Screw Brian, and just so you know, he cheated on you." She came over to my house to talk about it, and later that night, she and I hooked up. I guess it was a revenge screw for her to get back at Brian. I was hoping it would be more than that. Something like a month later, I get a call from Brian saying he heard I'm selling some stuff and says he wants to buy it. The whole phone call felt off, and I was pretty sure something was up. I told him to come stop by to get it. John was with me and had a 45 in his truck. I told him to go get it since this felt off. He grabbed it and stuffed it in his waistband, and we waited for Brian to show up. Brian shows up with 2 friends. We talk a little bit. He hands me some money for the stuff. I hand him the stuff. Then he brings up that he heard I slept with his girlfriend. I told him if he wants to talk about this or handle it, let's go over here and handle it. Just then, one friend tackles John to the ground, the other pins me. John's fighting the other guy while my arms are pinned behind me and Brian's punching and kicking me in the face. I have some earrings and he rips them out of my ears. He then steals the rest of the stuff I had on me, but leaves the money he just gave me for the stuff he paid for, freaking idiot, and all 3 of them take off running. I go to pull the 45 from John's waistband, but he blocks me from grabbing it and tells me it's not worth it. I found out the next day that the whole reason Brian did that was for a quick fix before he left town. That night, he was on his way across the country to live with his sister. I was livid. I thought about finding where he was living and driving there myself with my .38 special. I was so angry it was affecting my sleep and all my waking moments. For months and months, this went on. 10 months later, I'm at a friend's house when there's a knock on the door. I turn around as the door opens and it's Brian. He says, "Is Michael here?" Then noticed me and says, "Never mind," slams the door and runs. I find out that he burned all his bridges at his sister's house and had to move back with his parents. A week later, I go to my friend's house and have him call Brian over. John talked me into leaving my gun in the car. He had a small bat to regulate with, but I told him this was between Brian and I and told him to stay back unless things go bad for me. Did some powder, gave John powder, and we were ready to go. The house had a 20-foot walkway to it with railings, and a car was parked at the end of it and had tinted windows. We waited in the car until Brian walked up to the door, then I charged out of the car and ran at him as fast as I can. "Oh crap," Brian said. "Oh crap is right," I said as I smashed him as hard as I could in the face. We fought for a minute while John stood at the end of the walkway with the bat in his hand. Brian had one good punch on me that ended up chipping a tooth from. The powder made me bite down too hard when he hit me. He then made a run for John and punches him in the face. John wasn't having that, so he pulled out the bat and started hitting him. Brian fights him for the bat, but John's stronger and rips it out of his hands and passes it to me. I start hitting him with the bat as he fought John. I'll give Brian credit though. I told him to lay down and this will go a lot easier, but he stayed fighting the whole time. I started wailing into his back and head and could see the bruises appear on his back as soon as I hit him. He finally went down when I cracked him in the head and fractured his skull. And then once he went down, John punted his head like a 50-yard field goal. Brian was done. As he's bleeding on the porch, Brian then asks me if we can be friends again since we're even. I was like, "What the freak? No." He then asks what he has to do so we can leave. I told him to leave his clothes and walk home. "You want my clothes?" I say, "No, I want you to leave them here and go." He went down to his boxers and walked home on a cold October with snow on the ground. Well, I thought we were dealing with this like they do on the streets. He robs me and beats me, so I beat the freak out of him. But no, he goes home to his parents' house and then calls the cops on me. So the cops came and arrested John and I. So I took as much of the blame as I could, so John wouldn't go to jail for as long as I did, but he did end up doing some time. I hate jail and prisons, but that night, I was able to sleep knowing Brian was sleeping in the hospital. The story's 20 years old now. Since then, I've never had another friend that takes advantage of me. Brian was the one who taught me a valuable lesson. Don't invite people like that into your life. I dealt with a lot of anger issues back then, but I never beat another person like this again, and I've learned how to handle anger better. I honestly don't like fighting, but I was so good to this friend who just kept taking and then mugs me. I no longer deal stuff or use them, except for weed. Doesn't stop me from freaking up still though, since this wasn't the last time I was arrested. I think the clarification OP gave at the very beginning of the story is kind of nice, and I think OP tells this from a very genuine place and kind of saying that although there was nuclear revenge here, OP wasn't necessarily like in the right or like a good guy in this. It was brutal, it was harsh, there was some nuclear revenge taken, and there were some very real consequences that came as a result of it. I just kind of wonder if to OP, was what happened in the end worth all of it? It's definitely a pretty insane story. Methanol vodka. This is a story about someone my parents knew in the Soviet Union. First, some context. In Russia, people have a main home and a secondary home for the summer called a dacha. Now, when you lived in your main home, 99% of the time, people broke into the dacha and vandalized or stole things. Okay, the story. This guy was tired of people breaking in, and he worked in a government chemical facility, so on the last day of summer, he brought to his dacha some methanol and poured it into some empty vodka bottles, then he left the bottles on the table. When he came back next summer, he returned to 3 corpses. Here's the revenge part. Generally, this is first or second degree murder, but since they broke in and drank it, he's not liable. It's the same thing to breaking into someone's home and stabbing yourself with a kitchen knife, so he walked away free. In your personal opinion, do you think anybody that does such a thing, knowingly putting methanol into vodka bottles and leaving it in your home, with the expectation that it probably will get broken into, do you think that person has any liability when the people who do break in drank it and died? Or is this whole thing entirely upon those people for choosing to break in and drink it? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Murray BG. Racist teacher gets his car burned and career lost. This happened to my dad in the 80s in communist Bulgaria when the government had issues with the Turkish and changed their names. Didn't let them in the ruling party, didn't let them guard the borders, and didn't let them talk Turkish. There's also a teacher who hated my dad for being Turkish. Often tried to get my dad in trouble, often failed. That teacher also lived far away from that school, and the bus didn't go there, so he really needed his car. He was stupid enough to tell the class where he lived. Important later. A lot of my dad's classmates hated that teacher, so they gathered to break his lights with a slingshot. My dad was going home and went past them. The teacher saw them and they ran away, except my dad, who was far away from them, already going home. On the next day, my dad was expelled for that. My granddad was angry. He had loads of rakia, fruit spirits or fruit brandy, and came up with a plan. He went to the teacher's house and saw fingerprints on the car. Without even trying to blame the other kids, the teacher straight away blamed my dad. My granddad, in a fit of anger, made Molotov and burned his car down. The teacher didn't show up to school again since his car burned, and he lost his career. The only thing I heard from my dad is that the teacher was working as a trash collector. My granddad even threatened the other teachers' cars to be burned down if they didn't take my dad back for false accusations. They took him back. My granddad was a feared person in that neighborhood. I have other stories to share about him. Hey man, when you're dealing with tough times in communist Bulgaria, sometimes you gotta Molotov some cars, I guess. All I know is if they're gonna try to rake you over the coals, guess you gotta stand up for yourself and make a statement, right? This next story is by Blue Tuesday. Pick your battles a little more carefully. So basically, I moved into a 2-bedroom apartment 2 months ago with Sarah and Jessica, names changed. Now Sarah is on the lease. Jessica is Sarah's girlfriend and isn't on the lease. I pay 50%, Sarah pays 25%, and Jessica pays 25% of rent. Not my ideal situation, but I was desperate for roommates at the time. Fast forward 2 months, they're enormous slobs who never do anything, so I clean up after them all the time. I vacuum the living room, mop the kitchen, do dishes, etc. I buy most of the shared groceries and household items like toilet paper, which the two of them plow through really quickly. Sarah has a cat in the apartment which is unauthorized and regularly has an unauthorized dog here too. Their rent is paid late and utilities on the last possible day. Also, the girls smoke copious amounts of weed and, while I don't care, I ask them to be respectful enough to air out the apartment and keep the smoke out of my room. Now last week, crap goes south. Sarah and Jessica overheard me witching about having to clean up after them, and after ignoring me for a few days, sent me a long text about how rude they considered that, etc. So I let out everything that was bothering me and tell them that if they don't want to live with me, I'll gladly release them from the lease, repay the deposit, and they can go. This causes them to freak out and they tell me, "It's 2 against 1, we'll force you to move." Oh heck no. I blocked them on all forms of social media and means of communication. The next day, I went down to the apartment managers and reported the 2 unauthorized pets and the unauthorized occupant. Written notices were given, Sarah and Jessica threw them straight in the trash. I returned from a 4-day stay at my dad's and go straight to report the unauthorized occupant, Jessica, who has already once been asked to leave, and both unauthorized pets, which were supposed to be gone by now. Well, at this point, Sarah and Jessica are getting pissed off. Jessica screams obscenities at me anytime I enter or leave my bedroom. Twice, she spent a half-hour period pounding on my door and the walls of my room. She taunts me through the door trying to get me to open up. All of this is being quietly recorded on my phone while I still haven't said a word. So yesterday, I went back down to the office to finish securing my new apartment and to report more violations. When I came home, the chain lock was locked, so I had no way to get in. This is what I'd been waiting for. Jessica taunts me again on video and then slaps my hat off my head, hitting me square in the forehead with the back of her hand. Bingo. The revenge: I call the cops, rat Sarah and Jessica out for being druggies, get all their paraphernalia confiscated, and get a police report for battery. Come Monday, I'll be on my way to the prosecutor's office to press charges. The apartment managers will also be getting a copy of this report. Also, tomorrow is the last day to pay rent before it's late. Sarah and Jessica disappeared early this morning. If they don't pay rent, I'm gonna get them on abandonment clause, finally get them evicted, and have the locks changed. All before I move out tomorrow. It's 2 against 1. Think again. I love that they think that this is some numbers game, and because there's 2 of them, they automatically win, while still going against almost every guideline of living in that apartment. In fact, the fact that there's 2 of you is only helping OP's case, because there's not supposed to be 2 of you. And our final story of the day is by Ro.ie. I ruined the firm I used to work for after they committed fraud and fired me because of it. This happened to me back in 2012 when I had my first real grown-up job in university. I was a clerical assistant for a firm in my city. The firm was a small one of 9 employees that also had clerks who would intern from time to time. I worked there part-time during my junior and senior year, then full-time after I graduated. I made it about 4 months after before I was told to resign. This was my first ever business formal job as we had lots of clients face-to-face. The clients were big. Fire department, police department, etc. I was brought on by work study from my uni and at first really enjoyed working for the firm. I had an amazing mentor that taught me all there is to know about this side of the business. He pretty much kept the firm running and put in so much effort that when he interviewed me, I thought he was the owner of the firm and not just the staff member above me. Anyways, as this was my first job, I wasn't keen on office politics or good at recognizing my surroundings with peers. After I started working full-time, I began to catch on and see what was going on behind the scenes. The partners of the firm were scumbags. They treated all the staff like monkeys and showed no appreciation. They were both male and constantly harassed the female staff and interns. So often that the turnover rate was so high that there were new interns every few weeks. There were cliques inside of the firm. The attorneys banded together with the office manager and HR manager. The interns stuck together, and I was with my mentor. For the most part, we were able to stick together and get our work done and turn out a good work product. But it was hard to watch the harassment of the interns, the social gossip circles of the cliques, and blatant disregard for the staff. Soon after, an intern complained to HR that one of the partners slapped her butt and called her vulgar names. The HR manager, attorneys, and office manager gaslighted this poor intern so bad that she was an emotional wreck when she just walked out and quit. That was the point my mentor and I had enough. After seeing this, we started to take pictures, notes, and gather statements of everything we could see that was going on inside the firm that was illegal. After a huge firm event that involved many hours of overtime, close quarters, and pressure, a breaking point was hit, and the staff was exploded upon by attorneys and managers. After the event, all of the employees went out to a local club to relax and throw back a few drinks and cool off. This was not something that you would think people in this field would do, especially when the average age of the employees in the firm was over 45. After the attorneys started getting crappy drunk, the interns and my mentor took off to go home for the night. I stayed but went to party with my friend group that was also out for the night at the same club. I bounced back a few times between groups and dancing, but near the end of the night, I came back to check on my coworkers, and what I saw was shocking. They rented out a VIP stage and had a bottle service all night. When I walked up to the stage, I saw the two partners grinding on associate attorneys, fondling them and taking turns making out with them. I was disgusted and started to hatch my plan. Not only is that a conflict of interest in my state and type of law, but both partners were married with kids, and so were 3 out of the 4 other female attorneys and staff. I got one of the promoters that was my roommate at the time to get the club rep to take photos of them doing this, but to also send them to me. I snapped a few on my phone and left the club. Before we went out, we all stopped at a hotel room close by that was rented out by the partners of the firm. I went back after I left the club, and since I was an employee of the firm, I was able to convince the front desk to let me back into the room, as I was there a few hours earlier and was working with them to pick up and drop things off for the event. After I was let in, I started to take pictures of everything I could find. I emptied drawers, bags, and closets, and was able to take pictures of many drugs, sex toys, and things like IDs that were left behind earlier. The following Monday, I go into the HR office and tell the manager that I was uncomfortable with what I saw the partners doing, what they've done in the office, and how everyone exploding on me and my mentor at the event was unacceptable. Immediately after I left the HR office, the manager ran into the partners' offices and closed the door. I could hear her screaming coming through the door and booked it over to my mentor's office to fill him in. After I blurt out what happened and what kind of pictures I got, the partners and HR manager run into my mentor's office and overhear us talking about what happened nights before. They immediately tell us to resign and to pack our things as they were worried about our hostile work environment and what it's doing to the firm. I am on the verge of tears and don't know what to do next. My mentor quietly asks for our termination letters, all of our pay stubs, all of our billable hour entries from when we started, and my university work-study paperwork. The HR manager was shocked by this, but legally had to produce all of these things for us upon request. After 2 hours of data compiling, my mentor and I walked out with all of our things. We ended up going to a bar with all of the paperwork we just got and started to plan our revenge. We compiled all of our timesheets, billed hours, and all my work-study paperwork. Not only did I upload all the pictures to separate email accounts to send to the respective spouses of the attorneys, but we found out that the partners and managers muddled with our billable hours to change them to a higher rate to bill our clients more, even though a clerical assistant and paralegal were drafting and filing pleadings. Through my work study, they reported that they were paying me $18 an hour total, while paying me $6 an hour from their pockets, and my school was fronting the other $12 as reimbursement. Not only on my pay stubs was my hourly rate $12, I nor the firm was being taxed for the other $6. Instead, it was being pocketed straight by the firm. After a complete and thorough compilation of the documents, my mentor and I set out the next day to complain to the State Bar Association to show that the attorneys at the firm committed a malpractice, misrepresentation of funds, harassment, and conflicts of interests. Their spouses were emailed all of the photos of the night out clubbing and what was found in the hotel rooms. My university was informed of the misuse of funds. I applied for unemployment based on their false misconduct firings. After 2 weeks of job searching, my mentor and I got picked up at another firm as a package deal. We became close after, and we constantly see each other every other week on a personal basis. Months into working the new job, we decide to snoop on the old firm that we set out to destroy. Not only did 4 of the attorneys lose their legal license, they were sued by the Bar Association and L&I for fraud. Their spouses were all involved with divorce proceedings, and the managers' reputations were ruined by what was brought to light and what they covered up. My mentor and I ended up pulling all of the superior court submissions to read over what documents were submitted in court, and they were caught lying in declarations they submitted. It felt real nice to be vindicated by ruining their relationships, jobs, and business. Thanks for reading. I mean, they're gonna go around being the worst of the worst, scamming people, assaulting people, and then outwardly doing some pretty shameful things that are just on full display of whoever. Not only were they terrible people, but they kind of laid it all out there for somebody to just compile it and report it and sink them. For a firm with lawyers in it, they didn't cover their tracks at all. They don't deserve those jobs. The time my dad's friend crushed a guy's hands for harming me. Context: my dad earned a lot of respect in our local area, as he'll always help out his friends with anything they need. So without exaggeration, there's a fairly large number of regulars at our local pub that will happily do the same for him. And I mean it as they would most likely happily go to prison to look after my parent, my sister, and me. Anyways, I do a lot of walking, both when home and at uni, and I was walking through our local park at home, and I noticed someone following me. Basically, I'm more or less bricking it as I'm not willing to get my phone out in case he takes it, and I'm in the least populated area of the park where there's only 2 people. I decide to speed up so that hopefully more people will act as a deterrent. The guy starts talking BS to me, saying he needs help as his brother got stabbed. I knew he was talking rubbish as he was perfectly calm and relaxed, and I walked past him 2 minutes ago chatting with his mate. I tell him to leave me alone, and he kicks out at me, taking my legs away and making me basically land with my full weight on my left knee. God, that hurt when my adrenaline ran out. I got up because I didn't want to be kicked to a pulp and made my way over to a dog walker who had just entered this area of the park. He allowed me to get to the cafe where I called my sister. She and my mom come pick me up from there and took me home. I put an ice pack on my ankle because him booting it as hard as he could made it bend wrong. Could still use it, so I knew it was fine. Anyways, my mom called my dad, who was at the pub with his mates, the ones who were willing to do anything to keep my sister and I safe. My mom relayed a very basic description from me to him, and not long later, he was home due to worry. My ankle kept seizing up by sitting on the sofa, so I got up and helped my mom with dinner. At this point, it seizing up was more painful than standing. While helping, I went to get something from the fridge. Our fridge is in the lounge right next to the kitchen, but not actually in the kitchen. And my dad pulled me aside and said that his friend had caught up to the guy that did it and got revenge for me. They asked if he had gotten into an altercation with someone in the park. He said yes, and they threw him to the ground, stomped on his hands and phone, and threw his earphones down the drain. The fallout: every time I walk through that park, especially that bit of it which I've only gone through twice in nearly 3 months, I get irrationally nervous and pay extreme amounts of attention to everyone I see. Never saw him again though. I've also been left with a knee that hurts every now and then, as well as if I accidentally bend it in certain ways that are usually fine. Again, I'm not worried about it as, while at uni, I walk nearly 10 miles a day and only occasionally need to stop to let it rest. Moral of the story: don't freak with people if you don't think you can deal with a group of alcohol-fueled Londoners who are protective of your victim and his family. I mean, how about just don't be a creep in general? Considering this guy got tracked down, held down, and their hands stomped on, do you feel bad for them at all, or do you feel like this is exactly what they deserved? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Tachanka is the 420 God. I got him thrown in jail and ruined his relationship of 5 years. The past 2.5 months, I've been in a rehab center. It was supposed to be a 3-month stay, but another resident, let's call him Butt, decided to fake me out and get me booted from the program. While I was showering, he decided to put a vape in my shorts and get the staff to check my room. I got kicked out, and I thought he was going to get to stay, but that's where the revenge comes in. I knew he had more than just one vape. This dude is a fiend. He wouldn't sacrifice his only device to get me out of there. I decided to get even. Before I left, I pulled a stunt. I went to the staff and told them about him contacting his girlfriend, whom he had a no contact order with. After doing so, I went to the director and told him where the Butt stash was. I ain't no snitch, but if you freak with me, I'm freaking you too. The director searched his stash and found a ridiculous amount of contraband. Though I was still kicked out of the program, I got the satisfaction of seeing him cry as he was led out of the building in cuffs with 2 more charges on his head, knowing he won't see the outside world for 2 years or more. I mean, in a situation like that, if you're going to go and sink somebody who isn't even guilty for the thing you got them caught with, I feel like it comes with the territory to expect some kind of target on your back, right? And our final story of the day is by an anonymous poster. Scumbag of a brother did everything to ruin my life, such as saying it was my fault my parents died, suing me non-stop, etc. It did not work out well for him. This is my first and probably last post ever, but I need to get this off my chest. Only the people who were involved in court know about this, but most of them are already dead or sick. This is why I never talked about this with anyone since it happened 12 years ago. Before I start, I need to clarify some stuff. I'm from Germany, so I'm sorry for any mistakes. The school system is like this. Elementary school is from 1st to 4th grade, followed by middle school and high school all together from 5th to 13th grade, and finally college or university. Since I got into middle school, I had a goal. I wanted to move to a foreign country and get a nice job there after studying something like business management. I set the bar very high because I grew up in a family of drug addicts, dealers, and abusive parents and brother. Basically, I had this goal. I always put pressure on myself unintentionally. I got to middle school by the age of 9, which was a year earlier than everyone. I got to school earlier since I could already read and write in kindergarten. By the age of 12, I'd learned 3 new languages. English to an extent where I could easily talk to Americans and Brits, Japanese like a local elementary student, and Spanish so I could also kind of talk to Spanish people. Fast forward to 13th grade, my life was heck throughout school, since I got beatings at home for not being able to sell and cook drugs, and barely had any friends because of my clothes that always had holes in them. Even though I was close to ending things, I never gave up on my goal and had only A's since 5th grade. I barely ever got B's. I had finished high school with a GPA of 4.0. I'm not sure if that's correct, I just know I had the best possible GPA. I don't know how to convert a German GPA to an American GPA. I had finished university and studied business management. At this point, my parents had both passed, and the only person I knew pretty much was my brother, who was still a jerk. I never really talked to him, I just knew that he had done something with sports in his career. Everything went like I always dreamed, except for the foreign country part. At 30, I had a wife and 2 kids, average income, and all in all an average life. I never was really happy with that because of the high expectations I had of myself. I tried to accept it, but I always felt like I threw my potential away. I fell into a deep depression when I was 33. My wife left me because of it and took the kids with her. And here I was again, alone, depressed, wanting to end things. The only person I knew and was comfortable with calling was my brother, who I hadn't seen for years. I thought he'd become a down-to-earth guy because, on the phone, he genuinely sounded like he was trying to help me. I was in debt, so I had to sell my car and take a train to the town where he lived. When I finally got there, he still seemed like he was trying to be helpful. He even offered me money, which I didn't want to accept. He took me into his place, which was surprisingly big. How did he get such a big house? He never did anything for school. He had always been a jerk, and all he did was think of sports and spend times with his friends doing drugs. I couldn't get that question out of my head, so I just had to ask him. The answer I got was, with hard work, of course. Hard work? He never did anything, and I knew he hadn't done anything since I'd last seen him. To confirm this, I asked his wife, which she said that he was just lucky. He had won the lottery. He won 2.7 million euros and did some lucky investments. A lazy, abusive piece of crap had more money and a better life than me. I couldn't get over this, but since he was being nice and letting me stay at his place, I didn't mention it. After 3 months of staying at his place, he offered me a place in his company. I didn't know anything about his company and about this line of work. Keep in mind that I was still depressed and desperate. I accepted the offer, and he intentionally gave me a task in his company that was extremely hard to complete, and the others warned me. But I didn't listen. I had messed up. I destroyed a machine that would cost around $150,000 to replace. I tried to explain to him that I couldn't give him the money because I was in debt. He sued me and he won. My depression sucked me into a deep dark hole further and further. After an attempt, I got sent to a mental health clinic, and I spent a little over a year there. I was 35 when I got out. My depression wasn't gone, but they decided that I wasn't trying to end everything. The first person I saw when I got out was my brother. He was waiting in the entrance area, and the first words he said to me were, "Can't get a decent job, can't get the wife to stay, and can't even end things. What can you do?" I was furious. I couldn't hold back, and I punched him in the face as hard as I could and broke his jaw. And when he fell on the ground, he lost a tooth. Can you guess what happened again? Right, I got sued again, and he won again. I couldn't pay for the medical bills, so I got a loan. Everything seemed okay until I turned 38. I'd paid off the loan but was still in debt. I was relatively happy with life at this point, until the day everything was ruined again. My brother decided to pay me a visit. He greeted me with the words, "You thought I would let you off with the medical bills? You probably knew, but everything I did for you was just a plan to make you end things. You were the reason mom and dad passed." Roughly, of course, I can't remember his words exactly. Excuse me? I was the reason? They were drug addicts and I didn't want to have anything to do with them. I said something like, "This will not end well if you don't leave me alone. You already ruined everything for me. Isn't that enough?" He told me that he would not leave me alone until I ended things. He brought my kids up again and my wife and everything that had failed. I had lost it and started to beat him. I hit him for about 5 minutes when I realized that I had done something terrible. He was laying in a pool of blood and I panicked. I called the cops on myself, and a few weeks later, the court decided what my punishment would be. Since I gave myself up to the cops, my time got reduced from the original 13 years to 10. They knew that I was probably going to end things as soon as I got into prison. They put me in a cell that was supervised 24/7 so I couldn't even try. These 10 years opened my eyes. I had been a selfish jerk to my wife and kids and always thought about my stupid career. I was the reason all of this happened. I was the reason my wife left me and my life seemed worthless. As soon as I got out, I started to search for a job, and even though I'd been to prison, I found a job soon. It has now been 2 years since I got out, and I'm the happiest I've ever been. I don't regret killing my brother one single bit. Not only did I help myself with it, but also his wife, who got his money, and everyone he had oppressed and assaulted over the past few years. His wife was happy he wasn't there anymore because he was hurting her constantly. I have a below average income, but a loving girlfriend who knows I was in prison but doesn't know the circumstances. I live in a small, cozy apartment, and I'm happy to live my new life. I have another edit for those who are interested in what happened to me. I finally made contact with my kids and ex-wife. Of course, we didn't just hit it off right away, but we had some deep, interesting conversations. And I think in the future, our relationships will improve to a point where they don't hate me. All I can really say in this situation is you can't really blame OP for what I was gonna say you can't, but I mean, it is what it is. It's murder. But if there was ever a time where you came close to being able to excuse such a thing, it would be what OP's brother did to them, which was trying to destroy their entire life and trying to push them to the brink. I think a really interesting thing here though is OP said that they have a girlfriend who knows they were in prison but doesn't know the circumstances of why OP was in prison. Do you guys think that in a relationship like this that OP should be pretty transparent as to why they were in prison? Or do you think that considering it was really a thing of the past and not reflective of who OP truly is as a person, that it's okay to kind of skimp out on the details of why exactly they were locked up? I'd be really interested to hear what you guys think in the comments down below. Father attempting to murder puppies leads to his own faked murder. This is my uncle's story, not mine. My uncle Mike used to have a friend that we'll call Jim. Jim owned a quiet mechanic shop at the beginning of a dead-end dirt road. Many people would drive down the road, dump things, and drive back by the shop. Jim and Mike would often sit in front of the shop and keep an eye on people driving by, as there would be some shady characters out there sometimes. In front of the shop, the road had a bridge that went over a river. One day, a family driving by stopped on the bridge. Jim and Mike's attention was alerted by children absolutely screaming from inside the car. They watched as the father, who was also the driver, threw a sack from the bridge into the river, then sped off down the dirt road. They saw that the bag was moving and immediately sprung into action, climbed down the embankment, and grabbed it. Inside the bag were 7 tiny live puppies. Jim was a dog lover and was not having this. He knew that since the road was a dead-end road, the family would have to drive back by. He grabbed his shotgun and stood in the middle of the road, waiting. They pulled up and he had the gun drawn. They stopped and he ordered the father out of the car. The mother and 2 small children were terrified. He then marched the father down to the riverbank, out of sight of his family. He then screamed at the father for a good 10 minutes about animal abuse, his poor parenting skills, and some other choice not-so-nice words. Then, for good measure, fired a shot into the ground. This shot was heard by the family waiting in the car. Their eyes went wide and the kids started screaming again. The mother started crying and shrieking. It was another 2 to 3 minutes before the father walked back up to the car, completely fine and uninjured. I'm not agreeing with the actions here, but that sure was some revenge. Also, screw puppy murderers. I wholeheartedly agree with OP's last sentence here. You can't really condone the kind of action that was going on here, especially traumatizing the kids and wife. But if somebody is so cruel as to willingly throw a bag of live puppies off a bridge into the water down below, I ain't saying they deserve it, but they kind of deserve it. This next story is by Being Jack. She didn't give me my money back, so I ruined her life. I don't know if this was the right sub, but here we go. I'm male, 20, strongly believe in individualism and equality, currently in university. Jita, fake name, is probably under 24 and a clerk in a government bank. A good accomplishment for middle-class Indians. We're both neighbors, live with our parents. It's normal and sort of compulsory in India, especially in small towns. We're neighbors for around 8 years. Our parents have okay relations with each other, and I have a good relation with her parents, and okay relation with Jita. We're both lower economical middle class, and socially from upper caste. Both our parents are liberal in the Indian sense, but in Western standards, they're very conservative. You can say this for the majority of Indian parents. February 2019, I had to deposit $112 US. It's a large amount for lower middle class Indians. In the bank. I'm sort of lazy and didn't want to wait in queues in the bank. Also, Jita was in the same bank, so I thought I'd give her the money and she would deposit that in my account. I went to her house at 7 a.m. and called for her mother. She opened the gate. It turned out that her elder brother, 28, and mother and father went to temple. I told her why I came. She accepted the money and told me that she would keep the hard cash and transfer the money from her account the next day. 2 weeks later, the money was still not deposited. I asked her about this several times, mainly from WhatsApp, but she just made excuses. At last, after 3 weeks, I went to her house and asked her to give the money instantly. I threatened her that I would tell her parents. After hearing that, she said this: "What proof do you have that you gave me the money? Ask for money again, and I'll tell everybody that you're sexually harassing me." That was it. I became stiff as stone. My whole body became too heavy suddenly. I really had no proof, and I had WhatsApped her several times saying, "Money hasn't been deposited yet," or "When will you deposit the money?" Now, before any of you Western folks say that I exaggerated the situation, you have to view the situation through an innocent Indian person. India is basically the Middle East in terms of sex, personal space, and sexism. Google two-finger test in India. Also, legally, men can't be R-worded. But unlike the Middle East, it hides this fact through white lies. India has an assault problem, and this causes false accusation problems too. I've heard many false sexual harassment and R-word accusation cases, and I've personally seen my distant rich cousin assault his neighbor due to land dispute violently. He simply used his beautiful clerk to charge him with a false sexual harassment case. The case ended with the neighbor being in jail for some time. Both my cousin and his neighbor had to bribe the police. June 2019, I hadn't talked with her again after that, but I had a plan to revenge her. By this time, I'd spied on her a bit and found out that she buys alcohol every alternating Saturday from X place and drinks it in her friend's place. Drinking alcohol is seen as immoral in the male population and 10 times as immoral in the female population in India. Also, she has a boyfriend, under 25, with whom she spends half an hour every Saturday evening with at X Park, which is on the other side of town. Having a boyfriend and girlfriend is seen as immoral in India, and you won't even get a rental flat easily if you have a boyfriend or girlfriend. I took photos of her both with her boyfriend and buying alcohol. First Saturday, July 2019, that day on my way to the park, I found a police SUV a mile away from the park. I thought maybe it's time to get this plan a step further. I told them that a couple's doing obscene acts in so-and-so park. The police officer replied in a very rude language. I knew I had to pay him, so I gave him 2,000 Indian rupees and he agreed to go. The park Jita used to go to was famous for unmarried couples, so on every Valentine's Day, the police used to harass the couples there. Upon reaching there, I told them the spot and began to watch the situation from a distance. I wasn't able to hear them, but the view was clear. Jita and her boyfriend were neither kissing nor hugging, they were just talking on the bench at that time. The police arrived and told them something. After that, the police slapped Jita's boyfriend a few times immediately. It appeared her boyfriend refused to give his parents' number. In India, if a police officer caught an under 30 unmarried couple, they demanded the victim's parents' numbers. The whole drama went on for 20 minutes. Both of them even fell to the police's feet. At last, they had to give some money to the police. This police behavior is pretty normal in India. Both looked pretty terrified that day. For Sunday, July 2019, I had already printed out all the images in 10 groups because there's 10 main houses in the neighborhood, including mine. In each set, there were 3 images of her buying alcohol and 4 images of her and her boyfriend together. I woke up at 4 a.m. and put all the sets of pictures in front of the 10 houses and went to sleep. I woke up with loud noises from Jita's house. I'd put one set in front of my own house too. I'm pretty sure her brother slapped her a few times. Her mother was calling her bad names like Randy, Hindi word for promiscuous. Her father was not in the house that day. I asked my mother about the situation, and she told me to stay away from Jita. She told me that Jita had shamed the whole society with her childish behavior. August 1st, 2019, and the last month, she was forced to stay in the house by her parents. The whole neighborhood was disgusted by her, and her parents also charged a blackmailing case on Jita's boyfriend, which caused her boyfriend to spend a few days in jail, but he was released after a week. Her parents also tried arranging a marriage for her. It turned out that her boyfriend was from lower caste, which fueled the rage even more. She also needed a stitch on her lips because her brother literally cut her upper lip in half. September 15th, 2019, she'll be married next year. She had started going to the bank again. I still haven't gotten the money. So obviously, these cultures and living arrangements and just situations in general vary greatly from what I'm used to. That said, considering everything that happened to Jita in this story, do you think that was more than enough revenge for never paying OP back what was supposedly a large sum of money? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by FancyCat11. Miss Nice Girl has left the building. First, I need to explain something. I seem like a very nice, laid-back, easygoing person, so most people make the mistake of thinking I'm a spineless wimp they can take advantage of. Operative word there is seem. In point of fact, I have a vicious, vindictive temper. I'm just emotionally lazy. I don't like wasting time and energy on confrontation that can more profitably be spent elsewhere. However, if you mess with my family or my money, very bad things will happen to you. As my mom liked to say, Miss Nice Fancy has left the building, and you don't want to meet the other Fancy. Example follows. This happened about 20 years ago. I started working as a CAD drafter for a small drafting and design firm, practically fresh out of college. I made a good salary, not great but comfortable. Very soon, I found myself the drafter, receptionist, office manager, file clerk, and even janitor when I needed to pick up a little extra money. My boss was almost never in the office because I was there to handle everything. After a year of being general factotum, on Friday, April 13th, my boss came to me and tells me he doesn't have my income tax paperwork ready, but has a reasonable excuse. And he asks me to file an extension. I told him, "This is kinda last minute, don't you think? But okay, I'll do it." And I did. Every couple of weeks afterward, I'd ask him about my tax paperwork, and he'd tell me, no, not yet, and umpteen excuses why not. Finally, he told me his lawyer had them and was finishing preparing them, and would be ready any day. Really? I did wonder why his lawyer was working on them instead of his accountant, but I didn't say anything. My tax extension would be up on Sunday, July 15th, so I had to turn in my taxes by Saturday, July 14th. On Friday, July 13th, about 5 p.m., I was sitting in my office chatting with my mom, who was there to give me a ride home. My boss came into my office and had the gall to ask me to file another tax extension and gave me some totally bogus excuse. You see, what he didn't know was I had found all my tax paperwork on his computer a few weeks before. Just needed to be printed out and signed off. So I knew then that he'd been lying his butt off this whole time. I remember staring at him for a few moments, absolutely dumbfounded, then smiling and saying, okay. My mom told me afterward, when she saw me smile at him like that, she thought, oh crap, Fancy's gonna kill this guy, and I don't know if I can stop her. I'm sure he wishes that's all I'd done to him. First thing Monday morning, I walked straight up to my boss and dropped my resignation on his desk. He's like, what the heck? And tried to argue. Me, I don't argue. I just told him, I'm leaving. Do you want me to work my notice? He said, heck no, get your stuff and get out. Which was another huge mistake in a long line of them, because I left and went straight to the IRS office, where I gave up all the goods on this guy. He apparently never actually paid any of my taxes or his, though he did take it out of my pay, and I had proof. It so happens, before he was a CAD drafter and designer, he was a CPA who left that field under a cloud. The IRS was not happy to hear his name again. Everybody knows you do not mess with the IRS. Not content with that, I then contacted all of his business associates and told them what he had done, that he was being investigated by the IRS, and if they didn't want to be too, they might want to steer clear. I didn't tell his wife, whom I was on very good terms with, but only because I wanted him to have that pleasure. Just picture that conversation. Oh my god, why did OP leave? OP did everything. Well, I'm very sure she heard all about it from his associates. I'll give him this. He was stubborn. He managed to hang on to his business for about a year of living heck before going under. But I smirked every time I went by his empty office. To clarify, I never printed the tax paperwork from his computer. It honestly never occurred to me to do so. I used my own records of what I was paid and what tax was taken out of my salary to go to the IRS with. Since it was all in his handwriting, they accepted it. I was really just trying to give this guy the chance to do the right thing right up to the end. Or hang himself, whichever. It just kind of blows my mind that there's somebody that is willing to wait literally like a day before the last possible day to turn in your taxes and come in and say, hey, could you get an extension? And then repeat that again and say, could you get another extension? Like somehow just hoping that they would get away with it? Like eventually something's going to hit the fan because you're not giving the information to OP. Like, are they hoping that OP would have just, I don't know, eventually just not did their taxes? I don't know what the actual exit plan here for this guy was. I think it was honestly a pretty doomed plan from the get-go. Maybe they were trying to last till they could afford their plane ticket to Cuba, steal my money, take my house, put me into debt. Now it's time for me to ruin your life. My ex stole from me close to 90,000 euros, which I saved up for 9 years. And when I took her to court, I lost due to lack of evidence. At the moment, I felt destroyed and lost it all. She even sued me for emotional damages, and I had to pay 55,000 euros. I was forced to sell my house and take a big loan from the bank. I stayed with a friend and they helped me find some good lawyers, and we just found an amazing one. And one day, he helped me so much and even helped me get the info of who took money from my bank account. Something was wrong. 29th of June, a transaction happened in my name. I never made it. I wasn't in the country at the time. Well, would you look at that? I was ready to get back into court when I found out that she bought my house. Well, I have a safe that I never told her about hidden in the bathroom behind the cabinet. Well, she ruined my life. Why not ruin hers even more? So I had an accomplice that helped me buy some drugs worth about 400 euros and used a friend to hide it there. The safe had a 4-digit code, that being 0000. Never got the chance to change it to anything else. And before taking her to court again, I had that same friend who hid the drugs turn her in. It took about a week for the cops to receive a mandate to search the house. They found nothing in the first 2 hours, and they wouldn't if my friend forgot to leave the safe cover open. That 400 euro worth of drugs are equal to a 5,000 euro fine and 12 years of prison. Well, I'm not done yet. Court time again. I had my lawyer get the footage from when the money from the bank was transferred, and I also had a document showing that I was not in the country at the time. We also found out the account to which the money was sent to. The name was that of my ex. Well, look how the tables have just turned. My lawyer also demanded payment for emotional damage, all the money that was stolen, the house, and also money equivalent to 2 times the debt I had in the bank, which is equal to about 140,000 euros. The look on her face when everything came down crashing on her was totally worth it. And on top of the 12 years from drug possession, she received an additional 25 years for theft and false testimony. Enjoy it, witch. All I know is if somebody completely ruined my life like that, basically took hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of money and assets away from me, and then when I'm struggling slipped right back into my house, I'd be wanting to go absolutely nuclear like this too. And needless to say, it was nuclear. Our next story is by Matt Bradley, 1985. Don't want to pay me what I'm worth? Let's see how that works out for you. So years ago, I was working for a laboratory that did a lot of testing for the military. It was a terrible job for a number of reasons. Despite having enormous responsibility, they never gave me credit for anything. In meetings with a department head, they frequently blamed me for problems that they had caused, but I solved and they couldn't. They also hired consultants to come in and tell me I was wrong, only to have the consultants say I was right. And the consultants would get paid 1/4 of my yearly salary for 1 day's worth of work. I only stayed as long as I did because it was my first real job, and I honestly didn't know better. But before I left, by their own standards, I was severely underpaid. HR agreed. They claimed there was nothing that could be done. Meanwhile, other people were given off-schedule raises. Well, I wasn't the only one that was underpaid. There were a number of others as well, but none of them were critical to the operation of the laboratory. Eventually, the department head went to the director with a list of all the underpaid people. I found out that my name was on the top of the list as the most underpaid person, not surprising. Using this list, the department head got permission from the director for one-time raises. An announcement was made. Well, guess who didn't get a raise? This despite the fact that I'd made massive improvements in some of their processes that easily saved them millions per year, and their budget was just over $10 million. I was livid. I had enough and decided to leave. They hired 2 people to replace me at more than double my salary. One of them had just graduated 2 weeks before. From what I understand, they had a lot of difficulty. That would have been enough for most people, and maybe even for me for most of my life. But it wasn't enough for me then. I wanted revenge for what they had done to me. So, I arranged a meeting with one of the project managers from the departments of the military that we had done our tests for. I casually mentioned to him that I had left my old job. He was shocked. Remember how I said they never gave me credit for anything? Well, the military project managers considered me an invaluable expert and could not understand why the lab had driven me away. They immediately pulled several $1 million worth of work from the lab and gave it to the competition. Several labs were involved because they had no confidence that the lab could do the work anymore. When I ran into one of the lab managers, the only half-decent guy there, I casually mentioned my meeting with the project manager, and I could tell he figured out how the military knew I had left. It took them years to recover, and honestly, I don't know if they ever really did. Last time I checked their webpage, it hadn't been updated in at least 12 years. I would have been happy with a $20,000 raise, ecstatic even. But they weren't willing to spend $20,000 and lost $2 million to start and more in the long run. I started my own business and now make at least 5 times what I would if I had stayed there until now, and more than 10 times what I was making when I left. If you knew you were an invaluable asset to a company, but they were still treating you bad, underpaying you, not giving you any slack, would that make you more inclined to just leave them hanging and cut things right then and there? Give them that ultimatum of either pay you a lot right now or somehow try to make it work without me? Let me know in the comments down below. This next story is by Asher Mort. I didn't go nuclear, I went supernova. Just a little background to start off. I was an exterminator for better than a decade, and was only a few credits shy of a degree in entomology. Needless to say, I know my stuff when it comes to anything one might consider creepy and/or crawly. With all this being said, I was a specialist for the absolute worst kinds of infestations. I treated for bed bugs, small cousins to ticks that only drink human blood. I bet you think you know where this is going, and just to cut you off, no, I never intentionally infested anyone. In fact, the revenge in the story isn't even for me. It was for what turned out to be one of the sweetest women I have ever met. For the purpose of the story, we're going to call her Mary. She was a nurse in World War II. I was called out to Mary's home by the management of the subsidized apartments. She had complained about a small bug issue. What I found when I got there was not a small bug issue and still haunts me a little to this day. When Mary answered the door, she was covered in bed bugs. Her hair, her clothes, even crawling on her hands. Without going into too much grisly detail about insect biology, this isn't normal. Bedbugs don't like touching human skin, and they don't hunt when people are up and moving. That's why the bed is the most prevalent place to find them, and thus the name. I immediately called an ambulance, waited on them to arrive, and warned them about the very real possibility that anywhere they took would be in severe danger of being infested if they didn't do something to decontaminate her. The poor woman was suffering from anemia, and it was luck of biology that she hadn't gone into toxic shock from the number of bites she had received. When she was rushed off, after having to be hosed off, literally sprayed with a hose, and having her clothes taken from her in semi-private, revenge mode started. Bedbug treatments are expensive, very expensive, and I'd made a lot of contacts with the local Department of Social Services and the Adult Protective Services because of the amount of charity work I'd done. Every single one of them got a phone call. Subsidized apartments have rules, including that they have to make routine checks. For an infestation to get to that level, it had gone unchecked for years. She had been being eaten alive for years. I called the local news, warned every neighbor, collected statements about exactly how often the maintenance staff and management had entered the apartments. Once the Department of Social Services and Adult Protective Services were done, I urged every single person who was put in jeopardy of infestation to file civil suits, and recommended a lawyer I'd done some work for in the past. He was more than happy to take the cases as a class action suit. By the end, I had the manager of the apartments arrested for elderly abuse and neglect, and the entire staff from the top down fired. They had been falsifying paperwork saying that they'd been inside the apartments, performing routine maintenance, and generally scamming the government for services they didn't actually provide. I visited Mary for a while after that, checking in since it didn't seem anyone else had in a long time. She was a wonderful person, and she never deserved to have lived like that. Her health recovered for a while, but time eventually came for her. I'll never forget her or forgive the people that allowed it to happen in the first place. Honestly, I just hope that if anybody were in OP's shoes, that they would do the same thing OP did. Very clearly, you can tell the circumstances, which is these people who are supposed to be being cared for are being so extremely uncared for. If you went there, even as an exterminator, to just do your job and get rid of those bugs, and you saw that, and all you did was get rid of the bugs, and didn't report this to anybody, I feel like you'd have to be soulless. Imagine they were so neglectful that they got the exterminator to get to that place without even knowing it was that bad. And our final story of the day is by an anonymous poster, short and sweet. Okay, so this one happened a month ago. These two guys wouldn't leave me the freak alone. I blocked them on Instagram, phone, and Snap. They keep trying to reach out to me. When they reach out, they said things that triggered panic attacks or anxiety attacks. I've been recovering from an abusive relationship. Since the incident, I've unfortunately gone through some really bad anxiety, that I'm trying to overcome rather than let control my life. Jerks like this don't help. So it started when this kid we'll call E said I was hot. He tried to hit me up, but I went on a date and I wasn't interested. So him and his friend we'll call M think it's hilarious to try to piss me off constantly telling me I'm fat, ugly, my ex didn't really abuse me and so on. You shouldn't have even have known that happened. They just constantly found it super funny. They do this to other people, even a girl on the edge of ending things. So pretty much, I ignore it and I'm still pleasant with them. I may be a girl, but I hate drama and wanted none of it. An important part of this story is I played on Xbox with their friend, and they would forget I was in the party and start talking about people. This is how I learned he had inappropriate pictures of someone I used to be friends with. He had showed multiple friends the pictures and had sent them to his best friend E. Finally, I came to my senses. I realized the way I was being treated was unacceptable, and I knew this guy would leak this girl's photos, so I genuinely wanted to help her because stuff like that ruins people's futures. I anonymously warned her through a fake number. Later that day, I get a text from her boyfriend telling me I need to mind my own business and this is why nobody at the school I used to go to likes me and crap. At this point, I'm having an anxiety attack and freaking out. I'm hyperventilating and having a genuine panic attack. I'm feeling terrible because I genuinely feel like I did something wrong. I was putting myself down and feeling like crap. I feel like I offended them, so I start apologizing and trying to explain my thought process. Turns out, it was just them freaking with me. I'm crying and crap for no reason. My anxiety turns into rage as I block this number. Note, I had blocked them through everything, and they made a fake number because both E and M were blocked through all social media, even freaking TikTok. Well, funny thing, one is in possession of inappropriate child photos. So I called the school and made sure it was known that his phone contains illegal images of minors. The other? Well, he likes to smoke a lot of weed, and unfortunately, he's under 21, and it's illegal in my state. Oops. I have no idea what happened to E, but I heard he was kicked off the lacrosse team and possibly getting a large fine. I hear the other one's on the sex offender list and possibly facing juvie time because he actually had lots of underage pictures. Honestly, what OP did here in this situation might be scary to do because you're worried about, are they really going to get caught? What are they going to do to you if they find out or if they don't get in trouble? Can they convince people to turn against you or frame you in a bad light? But honestly, what OP did was good, brave, and it probably saved people from, at the very least, a very traumatic level of stress. I think the only disappointing thing is that more didn't happen to these guys. Like, this guy should legitimately be in juvie for having all these pictures, and you kinda wish that there could have been something more to stick to E, since they were going along with this whole thing, and they probably have the same pictures too. Pay me $250, or I'll destroy your whole career. First off, some definitions before we start, since this is a story involving the military, and some jargon not everyone would understand. CQ. It's a duty in the army you have to do where you gotta stay up for 24 hours. It sucks, but everyone does it. JAG is the legal office on base, lawyers for the military. Private is a rank. Specialist is one rank higher than a private. NCO is non-commissioned officer, basically my first line supervisor. Please note, this story occurred after Don't Ask, Don't Tell was repealed, so that wasn't the issue. When I was in the army, I became friends with a guy by the name of Scott. He was very flamboyant and loud and loved to talk. He was also my roommate. We became very good friends. I worked 25B, computers, and he worked as a paralegal at the JAG office on base. As a result of his position, he knew confidential legal matters of service members. Some of the stuff he knew was quite serious. We're talking assault, theft, forgery, divorce, etc. Naturally, he's supposed to keep this information confidential about what he knows, but he didn't. He would tell me all kinds of stories about different people and their respective legal issues. On several occasions, I would tell him, "You shouldn't be telling me stuff like this. It's supposed to be confidential, right?" I wasn't sure of the rules, but I'm sure that he knew he shouldn't be telling me. Nevertheless, he did tell me a lot of stories about a lot of different people. Whatever, he was my friend. He was also great to have around as he helped pick up women. He was like my gay wingman. It was good for a while. Well, one day I had a date, and I asked Scott to cover for my CQ. I told him I'd pay him $100 if he did my CQ, and he said sure. So he did my CQ, I paid him. This started a deal between us. Whenever we had CQ, if we didn't want to do it, we'd pay each other to do it. It's actually pretty common practice in the Army. We did this back and forth several times. Each time we would negotiate a price, and it became pretty common to just pay each other back on payday. Heck, I remember one time I covered for him and said I'd pay him $100, and he agreed and did. In that same period, he asked me to cover for him, and he'd pay me $100, and we'd call it even. Well, a few days before a 4-day week, Scott came up to me and said he wanted me to cover him for a CQ on that Friday. I had plans and didn't really want to CQ that Friday, but he told me that he had a date and really wanted to go on his date. I told him it'd cost him extra. We ended up agreeing to $250 for me to cover for him. So I cover for him, and the payday comes around. I ask Scott for my money, and he says he'll pay me. I'm going to cut this story short. 3 paydays go by, and he still hasn't paid me. I confront him on a payday and say, look, you owe me $250. Pay me half now and half on the next payday. And he has the balls to ask me to just forgive him for the debt he owes me. Keep in mind, I'm a PFC at the time. I was making like $1,600 a month. $250 is a good chunk of money to me. I tell him in no uncertain terms will I be forgiving this debt. He owes me $250 and I want my $250. Another payday comes around. I confront him again. He laughs and says, dude, I'm not going to pay you. Now keep in mind, this was at breakfast and I'm pissed. I get to my office and come up with an idea. I talk to my NCO and tell him I need to go speak to JAG. My non-commissioned officer tells me to call JAG to get an appointment and go. So I call up JAG and ask to speak to the major there who knew me. I told him I had some information regarding one of his paralegals that he should be aware of, and I'd like to come speak to him. He agrees and tells me a time. I head over there that afternoon, walk into legal, and there is Scott. He greets me. I smirk and don't say anything. A minute or so later, the major comes out and calls me into his office. I look over at Scott, who had just been promoted to specialist, and smile. I think Scott knew what I was there for. I sit down with the major and I tell him that Specialist Scott has been telling me stories about the various legal issues of different service members, and I felt that it was inappropriate for him to be sharing that, and that JAG should know about it. The major's a bit shocked. He asks me to tell him a story to prove that I'm not blowing smoke up his butt. So I proceed to tell him about a story involving a service member who's been charged with both sexual assault and shoplifting. I even go so far as to explain what course of action they intend on taking with this service member. You can see and feel the rage building inside of this major. I obviously knew stuff that I had no right knowing, and it's because one of his paralegals that he's responsible for is blabbing to me. Of course, this all remained professional. He then asked me to list off any other cases I'm aware of. I told him Specialist Scott has told me a lot of stories involving a lot of people, but I listed off the ones I knew. I even made sure to mention there's a really good chance I'm not even remembering them all. This did not sit well with the major at all. The major thanked me for my time, we shared contact information, and he walked me out of his office. I was smiling ear to ear because I knew exactly what was about to happen. As I'm walking out of the major's office, Specialist Scott sees me and the fear of death is on his face. And the major thanks me for my time and off I go. As I'm walking out, I hear the major say, "Specialist Scott, please come to my office." I didn't see or speak to Scott after this meeting, but about 2 weeks later I saw him on base. He didn't have his specialist rank on anymore. In fact, he was a fuzzy E1, lowest rank possible. I then saw him again about 6 weeks later, and he seemed even more down, sporting that lovely fuzzy rank, and I decided to ask him, "Hey man, what's up?" He looks at me and says, "They're kicking me out of the army." I didn't need to ask why. I left it at that. If you found yourself in this situation, and they said, "Dude, I'm not going to pay you," would you rather threaten to report them and hope that convinces them to actually pay you, maybe at the risk of allowing them to try and do some kind of damage control? Or is it satisfying enough to never get the $250 but report them and ruin their entire career with the army? Let me know what you think down in the comments below. This next story is by Vemium. Steal off a psychotic Irish gypsy? You'll never be safe again. My town in England is rough, very rough. There's a man that passes through every now and again who is, to put it bluntly, a psychopath. His name's Fergal and he's a gypsy. Moves around a lot and disappears into gypsy communities. And if you even look at him wrong, he might stab you. Seriously, he's killed people. He has a lot of friends in town. Drug dealers, felons, selling guns. I used to work in a shop that was owned by a drug dealer, and Fergal always came in when he was in town for a cup of tea. He always liked me and called me Butterfly for some weird reason. My boss came in the shop one day and said that a well-known scruff, he'd sell his own mother and rob the dead, who we'll call Tez, had stolen Fergal's chain that had his beloved deceased grandmother's ring on it. Fergal was fuming. Fergal was trying to come back to town at his earliest convenience. But before he could, Tez was arrested for trying to rob the corner shop with a rolling pin. Fergal wasn't having that. He told everyone that he was going to kill him because there's no way to get the ring back. Fergal did what any sane person would do. He seriously assaulted someone to get arrested. He made sure it was on camera and stayed until the police got there. He was arrested and put in the same prison as Tez. Fergal managed to stab Tez in the legs, but told him that he wasn't finished, that he'd beat him so badly that he'll think he's going to kill him, but he won't. He will sometime, definitely, but he'll never know when. This was 3 years ago and now both are out. Tez has been beaten twice and he's moved town. Fergal knows where he lives and makes sure that Tez knows. Tez's brother said that he's terrified of Fergal and that he's scared of going out. Tez is a horrible person. He stole his mother's bank card and put her in debt with drugs, hurt his pregnant girlfriend, and left a 1-year-old in the bath alone. Needless to say, on both sides, not necessarily the most charming of characters, nor probably the most redeemable. This is very much a situation that I feel like I would just stand 100 feet back away from and probably keep moving further away. Our next story is by Frumpy Fungus. You shouldn't mess with an ant farmer. Some backstory, when I was about 11 or 12, I started getting hobbies which included rock collecting and ant farming. I also started babysitting my brother at the time. So it was a normal Saturday that consisted of me babysitting my little brother, taking care of my ants. I was letting my brother play on my PS3 until the doorbell rang. I opened it and I saw these annoying little kids that always asked if I could play, but every time I would say no. Normally they would just leave, but this time they just sat there and kept on ringing the doorbell. It went on for 10 minutes until it stopped. I thought it was over until I heard them start giggling. Then they started throwing rocks at my house, and they even cracked one of the windows. I opened the door and they just knew it wasn't going to be good. Also at the time, I was probably about 5'9", so I was kind of scary. I walked outside and told them to go home or I'll call the police. Fast forward about 2 weeks and it happened 3 more times. At this point, I was done playing around. I knew they were going to do it again, so at the side of my house where they were getting the rocks, I had accidentally spilled my fire ant geranium with probably about 1,500 to 2,000 fire ants on the rocks. So the next day comes around and the little brats were ringing my doorbell and I could almost taste it. Sweet, sweet revenge. After the ringing stopped, I heard the thuds of rocks hitting my house. All of a sudden it stopped and I could hear them start to cry. I looked out the window and the little boy was sitting right on the rocks. They all ran home. Oh, but it's not over. Their mom came out of the house and over to mine. I put on the saddest face and told the mom, they broke my ant farm. After that, the mom gave me $10 and I never saw them again. I'm almost starting to feel bad, but they shouldn't have messed with my rocks. A few weeks later, they started doing things like taking toys from my backyard, ringing our doorbell, and stealing our rocks. I told their parents, but they just kept on doing it even after the fire ants, and this time, I was so mad I didn't hold back. I took one of my book bags and filled it with Legos, balls, dolls, etc., but that wasn't it. I had one of my subterranean termite farms and emptied it into the bag. I gently put my bag in the grass and waited. I went to feed my brother lunch, and when I came back, it was gone. Fast forward a couple of months, and their house was on quarantine for the bug infestation. Karma is a witch. I also wasted almost $500 worth of bugs. Those fire ants sure did not know freedom until they were able to bite the crap out of those kids' hands. It was an expensive revenge, but I bet it was pretty darn effective. And our final story of the day is by Joker 6 Actual, Pan Am Hospitality at its best. I must let you know that this story was handed down from my grandfather a few months before he died in 2006. In the 1960s, my grandfather was working for Pan Am and was sent to the Dominican Republic. The local community of Pan Am employees had what equated to corporate housing in a community near the airport. My grandfather would fly between the Dominican Republic and New York City on a regular, and on this particular day, he was supposed to get back at 1 in the morning. Over the prior 3 to 4 weeks, there'd been some break-ins in the Pan Am community housing, where the housewives were getting assaulted and any valuables stolen from their homes. My grandmother, being as bad to the bone as she was and having 3 young children in the house, refused to be a victim. She saw a pattern in the break-ins and determined that her house would be next. But if you heard my grandfather tell the story, she had a gut feeling that night. My grandmother put my father and my uncles to sleep earlier than usual that night and then proceeded to pull out the shotgun and wait. According to my grandfather, she waited with the lights off in the house, sitting on a stool with about 5 to 6 feet in front from the door, holding a double-barrel shotgun. She heard someone messing with the front door locks, so she promptly got ready because if it had been my grandfather, she would have heard keys. The would-be assaulter knocked down the door to see a little lady pointing a double-barrel shotgun right at him. Now, I would like to say that before this next part, that I never knew my grandmother was this bad to the bone until I heard this story, but she's always a tough cookie. As soon as the guy raised his hands, she pulled both triggers and 2 shells of shotgun pellets destroyed this human being. My grandmother then proceeded to put a call into the airport to inform my grandfather as soon as he got in to hurry home, that there was a family emergency, this being a foreign country, and my grandmother not knowing how the local police would react. My grandfather got home as soon as he landed and got the news to see the body laying by the front door, and my grandmother in the throes of cleaning up the blood. My grandfather, without a word, just went a couple houses down to a few people who he trusted and enlisted their help. They promptly tied the body by a rope to the back of their pickup and started driving. They said they spent hours dragging this body through the mountain roads until there wasn't any body left, grinding it away by using the road. By the time they got home at 7 in the morning, my grandmother had cleaned the blood and fixed the front door. They never told the local government and went on with their lives. Now, I'm not sure about the story being true. However, it was one of the last stories my grandfather told me before he died. My father once told me that he remembered hearing the commotion, but never investigated, because he didn't want to get in trouble for being out of bed. He was 5 or 6 years old at the time. I wish there was a way to confirm this story. However, all parties involved are no longer alive. Whether it's true or not, that's a crazy piece of family history. I'm gonna be honest, I'm no expert at disposing of bodies, but I've never heard of such a strategy like dragging them around by a rope until they just kind of grind away against the ground. It's definitely hard to believe, but it could have happened. You never know. Want to promote friends and family instead of knowledgeable current employees? Okay, then I'll shut the facility down. I thought about this one for a while before posting it, trying to decide if I wanted to, and if so, where it should go. Finally, after looking how it all played out, it clearly belongs here. Sit back, as this is going to take a bit to lead into everything and why it happened. Just to set up some background, I was working for a privately run correction facility, PCF for short and anonymity, and had been doing so for nearly 10 years. Names will be omitted for anonymity reasons, even though the facility is now long since closed down. The pay is nothing like what state or federal employees get paid, and it was a constant show of being short-handed. I worked my way up through the ranks from being a frontline officer in the units to visitation sergeant to shift commander and finally security specialist. Bear with me, as this does take a bit to explain why the upward steps came. When I was a floor officer, I worked with others assigned to the same unit to get a general code of conduct going, i.e. what we would expect of the offenders and what we would let slide within reason. Because of this, the unit we worked on ran so well that most thought of the unit as the easiest unit in the facility to work. but it was because all of us ran it nearly identical and were consistent and fair. Eventually, this caused my shift commander to move me to other areas as a test, and eventually into visitation. Visitation ended up being one of the most demanding positions I worked at in the facility, simply because prior officers had done so little and were so behind. Along with my partner, which regularly changed because of the stress of the position, we got the visitation department up to code, and went from taking 5 visitors a weekend to over 80 visitors a weekend on the regular. After doing this for roughly 3 years, I moved up to Sergeant of Visitation, which was less stressful as it was more supervisory and handling complaints, as well as necessary policy revisions. After nearly 2 years, I moved into Shift Commander. Here, I identified several issues with our overtime policy to include significant favoritism issues, as well as corrected several reporting flaws that we were constantly being dinged on by PPMU, Private Prison Monitoring Unit of the Department of Corrections in my state. Because of this, PPMU personnel and I became very close, as I worked with them on further clarifying and correcting some of the things we weren't doing quite right. This led to creating several spreadsheets in Excel that more or less made tracking overtime, vacation, assignments, and various other little managerial things far easier to track, with barely anyone having to do much other than add their employees and fill out assignments for each shift. This allowed us to get away from favoritism and more easily spread the copious amount of overtime fairly, so everyone was doing their fair share, instead of just a handful constantly being taken advantage of, while also making it easier to explain monthly shortages. Higher-ups loved it, PPMU loved it, and many of the overworked frontline staff were delighted by it because it allowed them to finally get some rest after 16-hour shifts, while others hated it because they couldn't skate by under the radar without doing their fair share of mandatory overtime. Part of the new hire agreement was signing you understood there was mandatory overtime, and refusal could lead to disciplinary up to termination. During this time, we had some changes in administration, and the creation of a couple positions that were required as part of our contract with the state, which was renegotiated yearly. This is important to know later on. This included at least 1 captain per shift. Originally, we had 2 lieutenants. A captain of housing, had none prior, a security specialist, also a lieutenant position, and changing several positions from officer to sergeant level. This is where the problems started, and a number of the staff started filing complaints. Because while the state mandated these positions, the private company didn't like it cutting into their profit margin and begrudgingly agreed. However, our administration saw this as a way to get their friends in cushy positions. Company policy says to promote from within, but our administration found ways to make it seem like most internal candidates didn't meet qualifications, while hiring old buddies into newly created captain and administrative positions. I was eventually moved to security specialist and backup shift commander. My new role was creating facility-specific amendments to administrative regulations to ensure we were following the purpose of administrative regulations. This entailed how our equipment was managed, key set permissions, restrictive housing unit, visitation, perimeter security, and making sure all guests, visitors, vendors, and volunteer entry policies were followed to include mandatory background checks. I also ended up taking over several other Excel spreadsheets that were required to show each department in the facility was accordingly staffed the required hours per our state contract agreement. It was quite the handful to say the least. And by closer following the administrative regulations, I was quickly making more enemies as a lot of the issues started showing how incompetent the administration was, namely the major, housing captain, and one of the other captains that were buddies the major got hired on. As security specialist, I reported directly to the major, deputy warden, and warden, as well as by extension PPMU. We had regular meetings to discuss issues and how to remedy them. Then it was my job to author the adjustments so the major could review them and sign them along with the warden before they went into effect. By this time, I was the sole manager of no less than 5 major Excel spreadsheets in the facility used in various departments, all of which I trained each in those departments to include major and captains, as it was to eventually become their responsibility to manage them. This included giving them encrypted passwords if those spreadsheets ever broke or corrupted, as Excel is known to do on occasions. However, this didn't happen, and I was constantly the go-to in order to get them fixed. After a couple of years of this, in comes the private corp to renegotiate the contract, and suddenly my position responsibilities get reorganized into their respective captain or major responsibilities. At this time, a new captain position comes open, and I put in for it along with several others with similar experience to me. And one that has absolutely bare minimum experience, but is close friends with the major and another administration sitting on the hiring board. Needless to say, they get the position, and I get bumped to their old position as housing lieutenant. I ask my major why I can't be moved back to shift commander, where I can still at least work on all the policies and sheets I've made up to this point, to which my major says to me, "You aren't a captain, and we needed a captain there, not you. Just be happy you didn't get demoted and stop trying to be a captain." I smile and reply, "Okay, but you do know if you move me to housing, I no longer have responsibility over all the work I currently do, as that's all security-related responsibilities, and housing has different responsibilities, right?" It's important to note that at this PCF, housing and security acted like two different entities from one another, and security had the final say over housing, but it was housing's responsibility to address housing issues before coming to security. This meant moving me to housing lieutenant instead of back to shift commander would mean I no longer had any right to correct them when they weren't following the policies I had written prior, and certainly meant I had no responsibility over any of the spreadsheets they managed. "Well, that is how it works here," the major replied. "You just didn't get the captain position. I'm sure we chose the best person and there will be no issues. Just do what your new position is because you aren't a captain, you're a housing lieutenant, and you'll do only what is part of that position's assignments." At this point, he gives me the biggest poop-eating grin as he waited 3 years to put me in my place for making his job harder by actually having to do his job. "Okay," I say, and leave the room without saying anything further. Cue the nuclear revenge. Now, I had also submitted complaints of harassment and policy violations with updates as further incidents took place, causing the complaint to stay perpetually open, and this was added to the complaint with documentation. This was only another notch to a long-going issue, one that various others I worked with had also joined in on, as they'd equally been railroaded, harassed, discriminated against, to include lost wages, and saw the nepotism taking place. It's important to know that the policy on nepotism for this company included language stating that family and close friends cannot have unfair advantages in promotion or job placement over qualified or current employees. Now, it isn't immediate, this change, but after a couple months, I'm now working as housing lieutenant and taking care of my new responsibilities. I've shed all responsibilities of prior spreadsheets, policy adjustments, and anything that doesn't have to do with my immediate department. It's about this time when things start to go noticeably wrong. Even though I took the time to train, assign management rights, and give password control of all workbooks to the responsible department heads, most of which was the major, it doesn't take long for it all to go to crap. The new captain doesn't know a thing about Excel, let alone any of the reporting software a shift commander has to use, sometimes multiple times a day. They're very lacking in the knowledge of AR, and they quickly get various offender and staff complaints. The major isn't keeping track of the spreadsheets he's now supposed to manage, contract compliance tracking and facility entry tracking, because he is just as clueless when it comes to anything computer related. And visitation is slowly going down the drain because none of the other captains kept open communication with the sergeant and officers to help deal with issues and staffing concerns. By this point, PPMU is very unhappy and demanding that these areas be brought up to compliance within 30 days or they will start to pursue fines against the company, cutting further into their monthly profit margin by nearly $1,000 per day out of compliance for each issue, on top of other fines for failure to fill contractually obligated positions. Needless to say, these are fines that add up very fast for those who don't know. At this point, my housing captain calls me into his office with another of the admin to give me the assignment of fixing these troubled areas. After reviewing the assignment, I smile back and tell them, "Sorry, the major told me I wasn't a captain and that I was to stop doing captain work now that I was a housing lieutenant. This is beyond my assigned post to fix, as it requires me to tell security what to do in order to fix it." "We should work as a team. You don't want the team to suffer for this, do you?" he says to me. Then the other admin pipes in, "Lieutenant, let me get this right. You're refusing to do this because you didn't get the captain position?" I then give the same poop-eating grin the major gave me when he told me months earlier, "Well, that is how it works here, isn't it? Security manages security, and housing takes care of housing, unless it jeopardizes the security of the facility. Then it's security's problem, right?" I then roll my shoulders into a shrug. I just simply lack the authority to do that job, and the major assured me that you and the other captains all had it under control. I even showed it all to you before I was reassigned, remember? By this point, I can see that the captain is getting visibly upset as they are now entirely responsible for all the work I used to do. The other admin at this point looks at me again and asks, "So are you refusing to do this assignment?" It isn't that I'm refusing to do the assignment, it's just that with all my new responsibilities as housing lieutenant, I simply don't have the time to do them and the work of a captain, which the major made very clear I'm not supposed to do the work of any longer as I'm not a captain. I then stand with a smile, "So no, I'm not refusing the assignment. I'm following the orders of a higher superior that told me to no longer do anything outside of my assigned duties as a housing lieutenant. Last I checked, the post orders I signed stated that I was only to do assignments that are of housing unit responsibility, which also is signed by the major and the warden. Now, if you don't mind, I really have other responsibilities I need to get back to." I then smiled to both of them and walk out of the office as I was currently in the middle of getting vacation requests and working on offender housing assignments to ensure we were in compliance with STG, Security Threat Group, and racial balance requirements for the nearly 1,000 offenders in the facility. About 20 days later, I receive a phone call while on vacation at 8 a.m. from the stand-in warden. Our warden had been put on administration leave pending investigation, along with said housing captain. "Is this lieutenant?" asks the stand-in warden, to which I groggily answer, "Yes, it is. Who is this?" "This is stand-in warden, and I'm sitting in the room with housing captain, who's brought something rather startling to my attention. He is saying that you refused to do an assigned duty that resulted in the inability to track various things in the facility. Is that correct?" At this point, I sit up in my bed and answer, "Yes, that's correct, but that's because..." I don't even get to finish, as the stand-in is clearly upset at my admission and interrupts me. "You do realize that this is insubordinate behavior that is gross in nature, don't you?" Anger clearly in his voice, but a controlled anger. I can only imagine that the housing captain sitting in the room with a poop-eating grin. "Am I going to get the answer, or are you going to interrupt me again? It seems you already made your mind up on the matter given the tone of your voice, sir," I respond. "You're correct. I've decided that your negligence in performing duties as assigned is gross in nature and believe this meets the required parameters for immediate termination effective now," he pipes back, obviously not happy with what I said. "You do realize I'll be adding this to my complaint of workplace harassment and retaliation if you do so without getting the full story, don't you? This means that I'll be adding your name to the complaint for failure to do your due diligence in getting the full story, on top of the warden you're currently replacing, the housing captain sitting with you, the major, and several others for violation of your own disciplinary policy." I'm shaking at this point, angry that this is happening and that I have to resort to this extent to get the point across. And yes, I do have access to all of the documents, including all current policies of the company, the current contract between the company and the state, and will pursue this if you continue with this. They say you do what you feel is necessary, and I'm doing what I feel is necessary. As of this date, you're hereby terminated. You'll receive in the mail the disciplinary form and decision to include a formal answer to your complaint by the week's end. I say, you see, if you're part of that complaint, you no longer can issue the formal answer according to policy. It will now have to come from corporate HR, who will have to agree with your decision and already has copies of the complaint as well. My voice now shaking from my own anger. They say, well, then you'll be hearing from them, I suppose. Then the phone hangs up, but not before I could hear the change in his tone of voice as well. I wasted little time in updating my complaint and notifying the corporate HR person I'd been in contact with for about 6 months now. The aftermath: a week later, a notice was sent to all employees that the facility would be closing their doors permanently in 90 days. And I continued to receive my full 40-hour-a-week pay until the day those doors closed without ever having to return to work. I was then later allowed to file for unemployment, as well as the technical reason for loss of employment was through no fault of my own. I later found out from the HR department that the facility was closed due to 4 major reasons. 1. The company was no longer making any profit due to poor management decisions that led to PPMU issuing upwards of $75,000 in fines per month on top of out-of-control overtime due to shift commanders not properly tracking their shift officers' overtime, vacation, or days off. 2. Many of the administration and captains had received numerous complaints of company violations, to include harassment and nepotism. 3. PPMU investigated the qualifications of some of the recently hired and promoted administration and captains, as they were too suspicious that they didn't meet proper qualifications for the position. This means they were entitled to backfine all the days those positions were filled simply because they were unqualified candidates. 4. The investigation found all complaints to be valid and would require termination of nearly all of the current administration, 2 captains, and 1 HR for failure to correct the issues. Meaning, it was easier to just cut their losses rather than try to fix it. Why was this nuclear revenge? Well, the state had to quickly move and relocate nearly 1,000 offenders. 250 people lost their jobs, of which 15 of them ended up fired due to policy violations, resulting from the investigation of nepotism and workplace harassment. A few had workplace discrimination and resulted in one person, who was not receiving fair wage of others of a similar position, to receive back pay of upwards of $38,000. My start of complaints led to others filing complaints for similar reasons in the nearly 2 years leading up to this, adding to documentation of the issue that resulted in the closure of the facility. Even knowing the impact this had, if I were to live through it again, I would have still have done the same thing. Would you guys agree that this is a clear-cut example of why private prisons are a horrible idea? Do you guys feel that it should or should not be capable for-profit prisons to even exist? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. How I made my landlord and neighbor pay over $14,000 in fines for harassing me. First of all, before I start, I'm about 80% these two are involved with each other in a romantic way, but I can't confirm. Now, I'm not an expert writer, nor am I going to spend an extended, keyword extended, period of time making sure everything is perfect. I did it once or twice over, but there's just so much and I'm still a little frazzled by the situation. I've had difficulty putting my thoughts on paper since elementary. This doesn't mean I won't do my best. I'm sure there's run-on sentences and improper spelling. I don't think it's a prerequisite for sharing your experience. So I travel a lot and I live in an RV mostly full-time. I've stayed at the same park, however, for the last 9 months. I've had issues there. They've called the police on me for arguing, not joking. They'll ignore me in the office, all because there was a small mistake on the paperwork when I stayed here on an overnight 9 months ago. Something happened and they tried to use that to kick me out. However, the owner said it didn't matter and all info is pulled from the registration. So blaming the paperwork for being off by 1 year on the RV as a cause for eviction was far-fetched. There were a few other incidents, but I just figured it's cheap here and I can pay my rent over the phone. Who cares? And don't really plan on going anywhere, as where I am, all the parks are full for snowbird season, plus I got a new job here. Anyways, we had a neighbor who was miserable. We could tell from day one. We also have 2 cats. They hang out on our porch mostly all the time. Occasionally they stray, but they're older and don't go far. So around 6 weeks ago, after 9 months of being my neighbor and never saying a word, he started acting very erratic. Randomly approached my wife as she was washing the car outside and got in her face and started screaming, saying that he dug cat poop out of the dirt behind his 1979 bus on bricks, and now he was going to put traps out and poison. Somehow, management had heard the commotion, or he had told them to come, but they pulled up and quickly pulled him to the side to talk to him privately, refusing to even listen to us. We were very weirded out, calling him baby, sweetheart, etc. So they said, it's his space, he can trap all he wants. If your animals are going onto his property, then that's your fault. Now this park is known to have so many cats, they keep feeders by the front office. I warned them what they were doing was illegal, but they said, we've been doing this a long time, we know exactly what we're doing. Call animal control if you don't believe me. I said okay, but he threatened to poison them. So I'm making a police report in case anything happens. I want him to be on record as having threatened them. They came and took the report, and oh man, did that make him mad. Still at this point, I hadn't figured out how to get my revenge. Animal control said it was legal and didn't do anything. We immediately got the cats microchipped and went to Lowe's to buy cat traps to teach our cats what a trap is and how to not go into one. Easiest trick I've ever taught an animal. Took one try, now they're terrified of anything resembling a trap. We were stumped. The cats were going stir crazy. Then 5 days later, she leaves a letter on my door. A self-help eviction, saying I have no choice but to leave immediately, and she was turning off the power on X day. I told her if she did that, I would call the local police, as that's a self-help eviction. And you've already demonstrated malice by calling the police on me for asking you a question you don't like, as well as assisting in the trapping of my cats while encouraging other cats to stay, self-help evicting, and at one point, she refused my CDC declaration letter, and I have all these things recorded on video. On top of all this, she says he needs to start his Harley and let it run for 45 minutes to warm up, even if he's not riding. That's what Harleys need. 2 feet from my bedroom window when he knows I work nights and I'm asleep, essentially trying to force me out. Saying my dummy camera isn't allowed, however his real camera pointed at my space is. I was very prepared for an eviction threat, as these guys get away with so much, being that they can threaten eviction and people will just roll out on their RVs. Not me. No, not me. After the manager finally spoke to the owner, she realized she had dug herself into a hole, and now couldn't evict me unless I hadn't paid rent, as they had refused to show me a contract or any rules the entire time I've been here. They don't like to have written rules, so they can change them as they need. The manager told me I was never allowed into the office unless to get mail, and I must pay rent over the phone with a card. Still though, I wasn't comfortable because my neighbor had now put out around 4 different traps. Some as close as 1 foot from my property line. He still hadn't caught anything, so by chance I ran into a property manager while out shopping for my own trap, and he told me some interesting things. I did a little research and found out that trapping in Nevada is illegal without a permit. Too many protected species. So I knew the cats would never go into a trap. We did about 5 sessions with them, where when they even saw the trap, they'd just hide. So I told the landlord, it's fine, he can keep the traps. I had heard from a neighbor that he saw the manager opening up the storage room and loading his truck with animal traps. But he didn't know about our situation, so he was confused. This is when I put my plan together. I knew the longer he saw he wasn't getting his way, the more traps he would put out, and the more erratic he would become. He started revving his Harley for 45 minutes, about 3 times a day, while sitting inside with the radio on blasting. Then he'd get a chop saw and cut lumber into as small of pieces as he could, and then stand 10 feet back and launch them into a steel trailer. I had around 2 gigabytes of video from my cell phone, so I only actually caught about half of it. I knew he was losing it. I put a dummy camera facing his front door, and that's what did it. He got too close and pushed my wife on camera. I had successfully driven him nuts and had what I needed for a civil harassment suit, and I just let him stew. Every few days I'd notice a new trap. Finally, when he got up to 14 traps, his tiny RV space looked like a landmine of cat traps. My cats were and probably are still traumatized from the sight. My next move was to call the Nevada Fish and Wildlife. I emailed the pictures of the traps. They finally showed up today and found his 14 traps. The fine is $1,000 per trap. These people are also cops that don't get to ever bust anyone, so they took it very seriously. They took his 14 traps and hit the park with $14,000 in fines. Afterwards, she called me asking me why I would do that. I informed her I'm not done and that I'm building a case on her and her little friend for harassment. I've since been moved to one of the best spots on the property near the $1 million RVs, next to the pool and hot tub with a bar and pizza, about a 200-foot walk. And yes, I begged for a new spot to end this from day one, but she said, we're booked up full all winter, we won't even have one spot until after Christmas. Let me ask you guys, considering everything that went on here and how the landlord was willing to ignore all of this stuff, right up until you were about to bust them, with them finally moving you to the $1 million RV section for free, getting you away from that awful neighbor, and basically set you in the lap of luxury, be enough to make you not go forward with that harassment case? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by What's My Name 83. Ex-almost mother-in-law fired me unrightfully, so I destroyed her company. I decided to share my story. It all takes place 17 years ago, but I feel like it belongs here. At that time, I was 20 years old and dated my first true love. We had been together for a year and a half, and everything was just great. Her mother really liked me, and she had her own company which traded fashion clothes for kids. She made tons of money. They needed someone to drive one of their 3.5-ton trucks, and she came up with an idea to hire me because I was unhappy with the job I had. So as a win-win situation, I accepted her offer, and we started working together. Job was okay, even though I had to work a huge amount of overtime because she thoroughly introduced me to how the whole company worked. She had a huge storage facility, a store, and 2 trucks, one that I drove, and a big one. I worked for her for like a year, and in that time, I knew every single thing about the company because she trusted me with also the dirty secrets. This later came in handy. This is where things took a huge turn. I find out that my girlfriend cheated on me with her ex, and as a result, I broke up with her instantly. It was an ugly situation, and after it went down, I called her mother and told her what was going on, and that I don't want to mix things with business, so I'll still be there for work, even though I don't want to see her daughter again. She said everything's alright, but of course she sided with her daughter, and I felt that she's mad at me because of the breakup. I went to work and acted as a professional should, took all the drama aside. However, soon after, she singled me out and started looking for mistakes so she can discipline me. This had been going on for months, and I realized she was just waiting for an excuse to fire me, but I wasn't going to give that reason to her easily. She was pissed that she couldn't find big mistakes, and the small ones she often just made up was not enough to terminate me, so she came up with a plan. On the truck, we had a power generator which provided a light and a power for laptops, printers, and so on. It worked in 2 ways, with fuel when we were on the road and with cable in case we were at the storage. But it wasn't made by a company, they just hired an electrician for that, and he made an error. So we had to flip a switch all the time if we used it with a cable connection, otherwise it would burn down. As I loaded the truck, she convinced a coworker to flip the switch back. And after a few minutes, the lights were gone, and I noticed something's wrong. It burned out, of course, but I knew I didn't forget the switch because I loaded the truck for an hour, and it took only 5 minutes tops to burn out, so it couldn't be me. She didn't even hear me out, started yelling, fired me on the spot, and stated that she's gonna pay the repairs out of my last salary, so don't expect any money from her. I didn't take that lightly and told her, I don't think you want to go this way with me, but she refused to listen. It took a few days for me to cool down, but I wanted to give her a last chance. I called her and told her even though I know what was going on and she did set me up, if I get my money, I'll call it an end and we don't have to see each other again. She told me to freak off, so I came up with a plan. First, because I knew the store she had didn't have a bathroom, which was illegal in my country, the shop assistants had an agreement with a restaurant on the opposite side to go there if they needed. I reported this to the authorities, and the next day they closed the shop because of this violation and told her she can't open up until they have a bathroom. She called me right away and asked if I had anything to do with this. I laughed and told her, "Didn't I tell you that you don't want to go this way with me?" and hung up. I knew that we worked so much overtime that me and the other truck driver had so much overtime on the Tacho cards. It records how many hours you drive and how fast and when you stopped. So I called authorities again and told them everything. They went and checked all the records and gave the company a brutal fine. She sent me obscene text messages all day long after that. I replied, "Ain't done yet." Then silence. A few hours went by and my phone rang. She called and asked me if we can talk it over. She even said she'd send me my last paycheck, but I shut her down immediately and told her, too late for that. And I called the fire department and told them that the wires they had in the walls of the store were outdated, which caused short circuits daily, and that they only have 2 fire extinguishers for the whole place, when they should have like 12 to 15. On that very day, they had to close the storage as well. So she lost the last place where she could make money for months until they get everything up to date and renew all the wires, which costs a huge amount of money. Because of the fines she got from the different authorities, she couldn't afford these renovations, of course. A few months later, she filed for bankruptcy. I know because my ex-girlfriend called me with, "I hope you're happy, jerk. You made my family bankrupt." I never got my paycheck, but at that point, I didn't even care anymore. I was happy with the outcome. Update: so after a few months, the tax department, or as some of you know it, IRS, took almost everything from her. Store, stuff, storage, trucks, the whole 9 yards. She got so many fines from different authorities, she couldn't pay it. So after everything was gone, she sold her house, moved to a smaller apartment, and never owned a business again. As far as I know, she works in a store as a clerk. Things aren't looking good. My ex-girlfriend, well, she married the next guy and now they have 4 kids. After the second child, she really let herself go. And now I'm happy I didn't have a child from her. I'm not gonna fat shame her, but dang. At least they're still together, so maybe she learned a lesson and didn't cheat on him. Or so I hope. About me, I had a long relationship after her. My son was born, but she was a lazy gold digger, so after 5 years we separated. I've met the love of my life after that, and almost 9 years later, we're still happy together. She also got out of a terrible relationship, so she truly appreciates me, and vice versa. I love her to death. I was gonna say something like, it would probably be good if they're gonna be that underhanded to also just make sure that they don't have any other baggage that's just so apparent that can sink them. But then I realized somebody that's gonna be underhanded like that is going to skimp out in many other areas too. So really, I feel like it was just inevitable and it was good karma coming back to them. Insult me in front of my staff, say goodbye to your family's political career. Background: I live in an economically developing nation, used to be heavily dependent on agriculture produce for economic activity. My grandfather was a farmer and he wanted his children to get educated and get a government job. So my dad got his master's from the only university we had in our region, since most people study from the same university and get government jobs. So everyone in government offices knew one another in some way or the other. My dad was offered the position of officer in charge of our home state for the agriculture department and had around 40 people working under him. His task was to take care of agriculture and its related activities and acted as advisor to the local farming community via local newspapers. During the 1980s and early 1990s, our country had long droughts and famines. The then government decided to create 2 different government agencies to take care of food security. One agency will take care of buying and storing food grains, and another agency was tasked to enable building the infrastructure for food security. Dad was attached to the agency which was tasked with infrastructure. His agency's job was to give grants for anyone building infrastructure for food security. His duty was giving the task of providing grants to anyone who was building warehouses for storing food. His job was to review the entire warehouse from planning to construction that can store food and provide a third of the project cost as a grant or subsidy to the people who built it. This was the time when my country was doing all the stuff on paper, no computers, only typewriters, in government offices, and no cell phone. Your options were limited to a fixed telephone line and fax and copying machines, which were mind-blowing technology for my dad, and were new to government offices. My dad used to do tons of paperwork in the office, reading through stuff, adding remarks, writing stuff. Add to that, you had postal service that took somewhere between 7 to 10 days to have your mail delivered to the nearest town or city. Yeah, those were the times my dad lived. The story: in the late 1990s, my dad was doing his work at his office. When a commotion at the office entrance gets my dad's attention, he sees from the office window where 10 expensive cars are parked and a group of thugs are holding the caller's security personnel while threatening them with long sticks and knives. My country didn't have armed security for government buildings back then. Security folks usually had small sticks. Several unauthorized people were entering the building. You see, people were not allowed inside any government office unless they state the purpose to the officer in charge and the officer permits the security to allow them. Suddenly, Bill, a politician's brother-in-law, and his men walk into my dad's office, pushing my dad's staff away. Bill introduces himself and mentions that he's the brother-in-law of Jack, the senator from our region. and calls himself one of the most powerful people in the region. He sits in my dad's chair and drinks coffee and eats the cookies that were ordered for my dad, which was kept on his desk. Bill informs his men to go easy on my dad's staff as they start to drink coffee and eat cookies that were meant for the employees. Bill tells my dad that he was there to discuss availing the grant the government provides for a project that he was planning. My dad at times is submissive to people in the position of power, as he's seen the consequences firsthand, as some of his friends lost jobs or lives standing against powerful people. So Dad asks for the details of the project Bill was planning and asks him to send over the project proposal and an official request for the grant to him for reviewing, and informed Bill that the grant can't be processed until the project is completed. Bill gets angry and says that any proposal for the project is enough to qualify for a grant and should be paid up front for the project construction. My dad tells him how grants work and the project should be completed in order to qualify for the grant. Bill is pissed by this point and yells at my dad and his office staff how government officials were educated morons running the country into a grave. Bill takes all the necessary forms and applications from my dad and leaves the office furiously. Since no incidents happen, my dad didn't bother much about the incident. A few weeks go by and my dad receives a huge set of documents via the postal service, and you might have guessed it, those documents were related to Bill's project. Going through those documents, my dad identifies that they came from Dave, a consultant who was doing work on behalf of Bill, and the documents further reveal that the warehouse proposed in the region was big enough to hold food grains to feed a population equivalent for 2 states for an entire year. The proposed project would cost them $1.5 billion, and once completed, it would cost the government $300 million in the grant. That was a huge amount for Dad to handle. Till that time, the largest project he ever reviewed for providing government grants was $50 grand. That's total project cost, not the grant. Building such infrastructure would mean that any other warehouse existing or to be built in the region would be rendered useless. He quickly called his boss, asking him what he was supposed to do. His boss quickly looks at the rules and tells my dad that since there's no upper limit on the size of the warehouse or project cost, the only thing they could do was to review and process the application, and if everything checks out, they might end up with $300 million in grant money. Since his boss okayed the processing of the application, my dad further reviewed the project proposal to identify that the warehouse was specifically designed for industrial use and not for storing food grains. Dad was confused, so he gives a call to Dave. Dave informs my dad that he was hired to plan a warehouse for industrial, and there might have been some confusion over the details, and Dave promises that he would fix it and to not reject the application based on those terms. Unsure of details, he decides to process the application and send a note to Dave that the government would be reviewing the application, and once the project is completed, he should be informed about project completion, and my dad would visit the premises and give final approval after reviewing. And it would take another 3 to 6 months' time to get grant money as a check from the government after the review process is done. 2 years go by. Dave comes to my dad's office in an expensive luxury SUV and dares the security personnel to stop him if they want to keep their job. Dave then rushes to my dad's cabin and asks my dad if he was available on that day to visit the premises and give final approval for the project. He was unsure who Dave was and asks for clarification and why he would need to do approval today. Dad also informs Dave that there's a lot of documentation work that he needs to prepare before visiting the warehouse to give final approval. That would take at least 2 days for my dad. Dave tries to reason with my dad that he came from a far-off city and couldn't stay long to get this completed. My dad again tells Dave that 2 days is the minimum it would take him to get documentation ready. Dave, now angry, informs my dad that he represents Bill and Jack and the warehouse needs to be inspected today or he'll lose his job. Dad was not buying it and told him again, 2 days or forget it. Dave leaves the office, warning my dad that he'll face consequences. Dad calls his boss, informing him what had happened, and the boss tells my dad to take priority and inspect the warehouse at the earliest. 2 days later, my dad visits the warehouse, and to his surprise, he sees Dave on location. The first thing my dad noticed about the warehouse was it was not built for food grains or any agricultural produce for that matter. It was built for industrial purposes. Dave gives my dad a tour of the entire warehouse, explaining to him how state-of-the-art it was for the time. My dad takes note of every detail of the warehouse and informs Dave that the grant can't be approved due to the fact that the warehouse was not constructed with storing agricultural produce in mind, and no one with a sound mind would overlook that fact to approve the grant. Dave starts yelling and claiming my father was looking for a bribe by withholding their grant, and that my dad would only approve the grant once he gets paid off, that Bill and Jack are being targeted for making money off them. None of that was true about my dad. He was an honest man his entire life. My dad leaves the warehouse, unsure of what he could do to get out of this situation. The next thing my dad was super confused about was why Bill had built an industrial warehouse in the middle of nowhere, and the only major activity in the region was farming. So he decides to call up Rob and asks him a few questions about how Rob's government agency, construction and building permits, has provided. Rob takes a couple of days to identify some horrific realities. First, the plans of the warehouse showcase and request permit to be an industrial complex for storing manufacturing goods. Bill bribed his way through Rob's agency and got environmental clearance and other permits without conforming to standards. He was also able to identify a report for building completion that forwarded the agency's requests for consideration for storing food grains. Last but not least, he was able to find a construction tax bill submitted to the agency stating that the construction cost of the warehouse is around $300 million, along with plans of creating an industrial zone for the region that was proposed to the Senate by Jack. This was news to my dad and Rob. They were shocked to know how Bill and Dave were able to inflate the cost of the warehouse, and they had plans to make the region a new industrial zone. My dad calls his boss and informs him that Bill's project seems fishy, and he would reject the grant and forward him the documents once done. His boss tries to reason with him it could be a career-ending move for the both of them. Jack was trying to put pressure from the leader of the agency to have the grant approved. Rob decides to dig around to see if he can get any more information and found the contract paper that was sent to the Food Procurement and Storing Agency, which raised several red flags. First, the contract stated an inflated rent for storing food grains, then rent will be reviewed on a yearly basis based on market rate, and then the contract will make the agency pay for the next 15 years, irrespective of whether the agency stores food or not. Rob calls my dad with this information. Now my dad is furious to know how Bill and Jack are planning to rob the government and decides to reject the grant for their project. A few days later, Bill turns up at my dad's office along with Dave in the same bashing manner he previously did, but now even more furious, asking my dad why he's not approving the grant for his project and why it's taking so much time. Dad tries to calmly reason with him, stating it wasn't built as per norms, so he won't be able to approve. Bill turns red and is fuming with anger. He said that he could throw around as much money as my dad wanted to have his signature on the documents approving the grant. My dad refuses, says that it's a crime to bribe an officer, and Bill goes on to tell my dad that he lives in a mansion filled with escort girls and he can have as many as he likes. Dad refuses again. Bill now threatens my dad, saying he could lose his job and get replaced with somebody else in the same position who can do the job for him. Again, my dad firmly tells Bill that he can do whatever the heck he wants to do, but my dad would not approve the grant. This goes as a shouting match for around 3 hours in front of the entire office staff, but my dad didn't budge. Bill starts swearing to my father, telling him that he's impotent to pass up an offer of having sex with the cheapest escort girls Bill has, which would have cost my dad his entire year's salary to hire one for a day. He also goes on yelling how my dad's parents might have abandoned him as a child because they refused to bring a fortune to their family. My dad had enough of Bill by this point and asks Bill to leave his office. In the last attempt to threaten my dad, Bill asks his thugs to take care of him and leaves the office along with Dave. Bill's thugs threaten my dad at knife point, stating he needs to sign those papers, otherwise he would end up dead in a pile of rotten garbage. He also tells him that they'll wait for 1 month and expect those papers signed after that. The thugs then go on to ransack the entire office before leaving and also threaten the staff to make sure his boss signs those darn papers approving the grant. My dad calls Rob and informs him what had happened and asks him to fax all the documents collected so far about Bill's project, and that he would be asking for those documents officially. Rob asks my dad what his intention was of using those documents and what his plans were. My dad says, "I'm going to take them down. I had enough from them." Rob tells my dad not to do anything crazy in the heat of the moment, but assured that he would send those details to my dad. The same day, Rob faxed my dad around 2,000 documents. My dad then calls up his boss to inform him that he would be going on a 10-day vacation. By the end of the day, my dad leaves the office with all the documents related to Bill's project and the fax documents from Rob and head home. For the next 10 days, my dad sits at home going through every document, the evidence he gathered with the help of Rob, and drafts his grant rejection letter with a lot of details, as he didn't want to leave a chance that anyone who can replace him or higher up above him can reject his comments and approve the grant. After the vacation, he goes back to the office and the staff were surprised to see him. His staff were thinking that Bill's men abducted him, since he didn't inform anyone about his vacation plans. The same day, my dad asks his assistant to mail the documents to his boss as a confidential report. His assistant takes the documents and heads to the nearest postal office. At the same moment, Bill's men come to my dad's office to check with him if he had signed the documents or not, and he would be in serious trouble if it's not done. My dad lies to them that he has approved the grant, and his assistant has just gone to mail those documents to his boss for processing, and would take up to 3 months for the grant to arrive. My dad also tells them to inform Bill that everything's been taken care of and there's nothing to worry about anymore, so that my dad won't be bothered by Bill or his men any further. A week later, my dad's boss furiously calls and asks my dad about the grant rejection letter he sent him and how crazy my dad was, which could end up having both of them killed. My dad assures his boss that he's taken care of everything, including Bill and Jack. And there's nothing to worry about. All he has to do is hold on to those documents for a month or so. A month later, a local newspaper breaks a story of how Jack was corrupt to the hilt, and Bill was a partner in his crimes. The same morning, Bill's arrested from his mansion half naked and totally drunk, along with a lot of escort girls. Bill was charged with corruption, bribery, sex racketeering, money laundering, and murder. Bill's men were also arrested for murder and sentenced for life along with Bill. Jack was arrested for corruption, bribery, intimidation, and abuse of power. Jack made bail but never won the election again, eventually retiring from politics. A decade later, Bill testified against Jack for the crimes they both committed, and Jack was sentenced to 15 years in jail. Dave was also charged with bribery, forgery, and money laundering. Dave fled the country to escape jail time. No one knows for sure where he is now. Police are still looking for him. No one ever knew how that did happen to Bill and Jake, except Rob and my dad. The revenge, you see, my dad took 10 days vacation not just to hide from Bill's men, but he was planning to execute his perfect plan for revenge against Bill. He systematically documented every ounce of evidence he had and drafted a comprehensive report against Bill and Jack on how they planned to cheat the government and have the government cough up the money for nothing. Remember when he asked his assistant to mail the documents to his boss? He actually mailed 4 copies of those documents. One to his boss for the rejection of the grant. The second one was to an agency that was planning to store good grain in Bill's warehouse, proposing to blacklist his property for non-compliance with standards. The third and fourth mails were sent as an anonymous tip to a federal agency equivalent of the FBI. Let's call it the XBI, and to an investigative journalist from a local newspaper. The XBI was also informed that a copy was sent to the local newspaper. XBI and the investigative journalist did their own investigation and found that the money put into the warehouse project was Jack's entire stash of money that he got through bribes, commissions, and favors for doing things while in power. This money was laundered by Bill through a network of entities to fund the warehouse project and cooked the books to inflate the project cost to get his money back from the government as a grant in legal form. The journalist also uncovered some government officials were murdered by Bill and his men for not doing what Bill asked them to do, and handed the evidence over to the XBI. It took them a month to investigate and identify all the pieces of the puzzle to nab Bill and Jack. Neither FBI nor the journalist were able to find out who sent those documents to them. My dad's boss took an early retirement, and Dad became the director of the agency. He worked for a few years more and eventually retired 15 years after this incident. Rob retired a year later and narrated this entire story to our family at his retirement party. I still see the abandoned warehouse whenever I travel to my hometown from the city where I work. In a country like this where things are just a lot more loose than you'd expect, and you're faced with that pressure of your life being threatened to approve this grant, would you still be able to do the right thing in that situation and reject that grant? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. My mother destroyed my childhood, made me fail out of college, and laughed when I was homeless. I destroyed her entire freaking life. After almost 25 years of violent abuse by my mother, I finally got the kind of revenge I've always dreamed about as a kid, going through the worst of it. But it didn't make me feel the way I expected. For those who aren't aware of my life, I'll try to summarize it all, but it's not something that's easily put into a short paragraph or two. Growing up with my mother was worse than heck. If you've ever wondered what it would be like if your worst enemy went back in time to raise you, you'd understand my life. At some point around 9 or 10, I began to realize how alone I was and how exhausting my life would turn out to be. I kept hoping this time she'd finally just continue wailing on me, hoping she'd never just stop and finish the job. Either that or I'd be so close to death, she'd be forced to take me to the hospital, where they would question her and I'd somehow be saved. It seemed like nobody ever cared enough to look deeper. Dislocated my shoulder with a cast iron pipe, hurting me every night until I ate things I was slightly allergic to, and then hurting me more for throwing it up. Lit my Christmas presents I got, then having to be held back by her boyfriend at the time because she was holding a knife, telling me for the millionth time that I was worth less than my father, and nobody else would care if she did it. I could fill pages with all the things she did to me. I remember when she really started digging in and telling me I was worthless nearly every day. I was 13, and it was the first time I started contemplating ending things, though I was always too weak to follow through. My mother tried to dispatch me 3 or 4 times if you count a half-hearted poisoning. I say half-hearted only because I vaguely remember the details, but it involved her forcing me to drink something with bleach in it. It's kind of funny in a sick way because I didn't even remember that until now, and that's not as bad as all the things I've put a lot of effort into not remembering. I just have a crappy memory, so I guess it helps. I don't think I've actually went longer than a few weeks without getting hurt, bloody over something trivial like not washing dishes fast enough or walking away too hard after just getting hurt by her. Years of physical and psychological attacks. Did I call the cops? Of course I did. Can you imagine how hard it was to watch my mother smile and lie to the cops, telling them I was exaggerating, then having to watch them get into their cars and drive away, knowing I had to go back inside? In the beginning, I had hopes things would change. Towards my teen years, I started drinking and stopped caring, and now here I am, after all of it, somehow still alive. My stepdad used to tell me years after his divorce with my mother that he only stayed with her because he was afraid she'd kill me one day. He's lucky he never saw how much worse it got when he wasn't there to take the hits from me anymore. It would break his heart. He was also the one who told me about my mother being abused while growing up in a different country, which helped me gain some perspective in my teens. Not that it made a difference by then. It didn't matter to me because each and every day she had a choice every time, and she'd choose to hurt me every time. Maybe I'm overstating things considering she didn't actually get rid of me, even though she's come close so many times. Maybe that means deep down she secretly cared about me or something? I don't know. I don't think about it. She did go out of her way to buy me new electronics often, but she'd end up using those as leverage against me and invading my privacy constantly, so it ultimately wasn't that much of anything. After everything and all the time she kicked me out from 13 to 17 years old, I was always on edge. She told me when I was 18 while I was staying with my aunt that if I went to college, I'd always have a place to live. I don't know why I believed her. I had went to go stay with my aunt temporarily for 4 to 6 months after my mother kicked me out of the house at 17, but my mother would always stop by and buy groceries for me or leave me cash. She was unnaturally kind to me while I was there. By this point, she wasn't hurting me anymore. Not that she could, as I'd have snapped and absolutely wrecked her crap at that age, but I strongly dislike hurting people in any form, so the point is moot. and was more so prone to just verbal attacks. But since I was never really around her anymore, life seemed to get easier. My mother had learned more than enough ways to mess with me without touching me. It seemed like she hated me more than I hated myself at times. My aunt couldn't have me stay with her anymore, as she really liked her privacy. I'd already been there for a while, and I was an emotionally damaged and rebellious teenager she didn't have time to help. So, I went back to my mother's house for the last time and started attending community college full-time. I didn't really have any desire or passion. I was just an empty husk going through the motions. But I was still trying my best to keep living, even when I didn't feel the will, in the hopes that one day I'd feel something different for once. My mother, of course, decided to go back to her old habits. Things like dumping all the trash with dirty diapers, and old food or dirty dishes filled with water on my bed when I was out if I forgot to do them, and sometimes just because she was in a mood. Locking me out in the snow for hours because I didn't respond to a text or something, even if I had class in a few hours. I wasn't even allowed to have keys. She'd pretend not to hear me when I rang the doorbell or knocked for hours. She'd also tell my younger sister to ignore it. I'd eventually end up having to sleep on the steps outside or at a friend's house and get punished for doing it even though I was 18 because it was her house and her rules. It was always non-stop. I had no real direction, and I honestly had no plans to exist past 25 years old. Despite literally all of that and then some, I was doing well in school, community college, with a 3.6-ish GPA. I finally left my mother's house for the last time a few days before finals week. I came home from drinking with friends and was met with my mother glaring at me when I rang the bell at 9 p.m., yelling when I'd move out as soon as I walked in. She followed me to my little closet of a bedroom where I tried to close the door behind me, and she half ripped the door off the hinges. I just sat there on my bed and glared at her silently as she kept cursing and screaming questions at me. My mother then walks away, and as I'm in the kitchen getting juice, I hear her on the phone calling the cops on me, claiming she was scared I'd murder her or my younger siblings. I just didn't have the energy to deal. This was 3 days before I failed all of my finals because I couldn't even make it. I was dealing with too much, so I went and grabbed whatever I had and left 15 minutes later. My mother and I only ever really communicated via email after, though it was very rare and it was very businesslike. I'd tell her what I needed and she'd either tell me to freak off or give it to me. It was hard to maintain consistency in my life back then. I was at rock bottom all the time. I didn't care about anything, I drank every day, hung out with the worst kind of people who brought out the worst in me. I bounced between cheap rooms and couches. It was early 2016 when I discovered photography, and it completely changed the direction of my life. I didn't hang out with anyone or bother trying to maintain all the pointless relationships. I just dove headfirst into it. I was able to put the things I didn't understand about myself into perspective. For the first time in my life, I felt something. Not like a feeling per se, just like the sense of possibility. For the first time, I was seriously wondering just what I could be capable of. I had something to look forward to. I felt like if I pushed myself as hard as possible, I'd be good at something and I'd be a good person. And so I isolated myself from nearly everyone I knew and spent every single day learning or practicing or being frustrated that I wasn't getting results. Even though I was drinking heavily, I always held a job and kept doing photo shoots and kept practicing like mad. I eventually got my first apartment and was functional for a year. Did I have my crap together? Heck no, but I was figuring my stuff out. Cue one of the worst days of my life. Me getting robbed while I was blacked out drunk for 2 months rent and camera gear by a friend, which led to me losing my apartment and job, followed by an email by my mother asking how I'd been. We ended up talking on the phone, and it was civil for like 3 minutes before I mentioned how hard things have really been for me. She was bragging about some new expensive speaker system she bought, and I, like an idiot, asked her for money, about $100. I told her if I could give my landlord anything, he'd be reasonable and give me time to get more cash together, and I'd be fine. That obviously did not go well at all. It all escalates to her literally laughing and then telling me it was my own fault for being homeless. She also completely denied ever hurting me when I stated I was in the situation because of her. I hung up on her. My thoughts were all over the place, and I felt this intense frustration, more so than anger. Within a few moments, my head cleared, and I decided something as I was sitting in my bedroom 5 or so minutes after the call. I decided that I was going to completely ruin my mother's freaking life no matter what. And so I did. I called CPS on her and informed them of my history of abuse at her hands. I informed them about the dozens upon dozens of old photos I have of myself, all bloody and bruised up. I previously compiled as much evidence as possible in my teens, though I never did anything with it until that point. That sparked a visit, which led to an emergency removal of my 3 younger siblings when they caught my mother punishing my little sister coincidentally when they happened to do a visit. My mother was also arrested but released hours later. I reached out to the job she got years ago with the fake resume she made me write for her and made them aware of her falsehoods. Because of her field, it was promptly looked into and she was fired as well as blacklisted. She lost a nearly $80,000 plus salary. I then deleted every email and all of the email accounts I made for her because she never changed the passwords. Afterwards, I deleted the email accounts themselves. Within a few weeks, things were definitely going downhill for her. My youngest sister's dad was engaged to my mother and is now trying to file for sole custody of my little sister, who's in CPS custody. I'm sure he wasn't happy finding out what his baby daughter has in store if my mother was given free rein. She missed her court appointments, and I know she hasn't been able to pay her mortgage since last year, as I've heard she had to ask one of her friends for money. Her life has become a creamy, messy, crap symphony, and I was the fecal-splattered conductor. It was all going to crap. She went radio silent for months and had a warrant after missing another court date. This was all fall and winter of last year that she was off the grid, so I went on with my life. Early 2019, I get a random call from her and find out she went to her home country months ago after everything went to crap. How she was allowed on a plane? I have no clue. So cue another geyser of BS spewing from my mother's mouth. She's telling me I need to tell CPS she's a good mom and that she's never hurt them or me. It's unbelievable. So I cut her off and I shut her up. I was a little buzzed when she'd called and had always mentally prepared for this moment. I started slowly telling her in graphic detail about all the gross stuff I used to do to her food because screw it. I told her how I used to pee in the pitcher of Lipton iced tea she used to force me to make for her and then not allow me to have. I told her how I'd secretly sabotaged her utensils with my butt cheeks before serving her food. She was quiet at first, but then began cursing me out, though it didn't bother me. I'm on a roll and I wasn't listening. Her words don't matter to me anymore. She's blaming me for her life turning out so terrible, while fully unaware of how true that statement is in terms of the situation she was currently in. She shuts up long enough for me to get one more word in before hanging up and blocking her number. I thought that was the end of it. I expected my last post to be my final update, but as I've said before, my life is a poop symphony. My aunt and I recently reconnected about 2 months ago. Prior to last month, I haven't seen her in years. We met up and had a long conversation about life and everything, and then she admitted that she talks to my mother nearly every day. She had mentioned all the things happening to my mother, but didn't know it was me who started it all. She actually felt really bad for my mother, but my aunt was always a really caring person, so I understand, I guess. I told her I was very uncomfortable with the thought of her talking to me about my mother and asked her not to. My aunt did it anyways. After meeting up with my aunt, I learned through her that my mother was finally coming back to America. She was arriving at the airport in 1 week. The problem was, my aunt told her that I was going with her, so the 3 of us could all talk without telling me. I didn't know what the feeling of betrayal really felt like until my aunt told me that. To be honest, as wrong as it sounds, I'd rather my mother just think I died or something. But my aunt kept insisting that I had to give my mother another chance, and I had to learn to be open-minded, and that though she wasn't there all the times my mom did horrible crap to me, she loved us both and wanted us to get along. Like, I'm supposed to just get along with someone who's tried to murder me? Like my mother's choked me awake for school. If you don't know what it's like to forcefully wake up not being able to breathe and seeing your own mother standing over you at 5 a.m. angrily and tightly gripping your throat, count yourself lucky. But as I said at the beginning of this post, I've already resolved myself to being a bad person, And so I lied to one of the only people who was kind to me. And I promised my aunt I'd try to have a heart-to-heart with my mom and her and talk out the nearly 20 years of abuse. Obviously, that was not happening. When we got off the phone, I called the detectives who gave me their number months back in case I heard from my mother. I asked them a few leading questions about what would happen if so-and-so were discovered, and then I made my plan. I wasn't sure if my mother would make it past customs. How she able to travel to a different country with a warrant, I don't know, but if she did, I'd call the police in the bathroom and wait for them to arrive while I sat with my mother. Cue my mother making it past freaking customs because she's my mother. She's a horrible person, but she's good at what she does, which is being horrible. I digress. My mother calls my aunt when she's getting off the plane, and my aunt says she's going to meet her. I told my aunt I'd wait for them in the little Starbucks and then we'd all drive somewhere else. My aunt agreed and went off. I called the detective and told him that my mother was standing a few feet away from me and if they could meet me at our destination we were going to. They told me that was unnecessary and that they'd have officers closer to me come and apprehend her at the airport instead. And so I waited and waited. And then I finally saw them arriving both at the same time. The 3 to 4 officers who had convened in those few passing minutes and actively searching around the food court I sat close to. My mother and my aunt walking down the gate towards me. I felt this overwhelming weight in my chest just kind of settling down deeper and deeper into my gut the closer they got and the more the officers searched. What if they stopped looking when my mother arrived? What if my mother somehow got away with this crap again? Countless thoughts, but I just bit them back. I've grown very talented at silencing whatever my inner turmoil of the day happened to be. But my mother and my aunt were animatedly talking as they made their way to where I was sitting. Before they had a chance to say anything, I quickly jumped up and said, "I ordered some teas, let me go see if they're ready," which was the first thing I could think of as they were sitting, but it worked and I dashed off, past the cash register to the Starbucks and to the outer part of the food court. Looking back, saying I had to go grab some tea probably wasn't the best thing to say, but I digress. I made it a few feet out the door and half jogged over to the officers who were still looking around the food court area. From where they were, they wouldn't have seen us sitting. I walked over and asked them if they'd gotten a call about a woman who had a warrant or something. I mentioned the detectives said officers in or near the airport would arrest her. They said they did, and I told them it was my mother. I told them her first name and they verified her last name. I told them she was sitting right in the Starbucks waiting for jail, and one of the cops chuckled. Seemed a bit surprised and judgy that I was pointing them right to my mom. I told them I'd go make sure she didn't leave, and they followed behind like 10 to 15 paces. I half jogged back inside and up to the little table where they were sitting. My mother had that half scowl she always wore whenever she looked up at me when I popped up out of nowhere, and my aunt began asking me where the drinks were before I cut her off and looked dead at my mother and her scowling face, which had quickly turned into confusion when I finished my sentence. "Mom, I know we don't get along, but I wanted to let you know it's all my fault." Cue my mother starting to ask me with this kind of soft, motherly voice, "What do you mean it's your fault? Why do you think?" But of course, I cut her off because there's nothing she hates more than being cut off, and I finally have the power in this situation. I said, "Look, witch, I want you to know exactly whose fault it is, and whose pee you drank when you're sitting in jail wondering why the world did you so wrong." She sputtered something and then slapped the crap out of me. My aunt's jaw dropped. People are watching. The cop saw it happen as well, as only a few seconds had passed from when I walked in. Into handcuffs she goes. Now she's showing her true colors, cursing and saying all kinds of things you couldn't imagine a mom saying to her kid, telling me she'd kill me and so on, etc. I calmly walked behind them as long as I could until they took her to some room and held her until the detective arrived. I wasn't there that long though, as the lack of thrill of it all kind of got to me, and I went home to break a 2-month sober streak. I was there long enough for my aunt to tell me she was disappointed in me and that she doesn't know if she can forgive me for doing something so spiteful and disgusting to her sister. To be fair, I did it completely out of spite, so she isn't wrong. I've already acknowledged I'm not a good person for what I did. Come to find out, my mother was using my aunt's passport to leave and come back to the country multiple times since she left. That's why they never caught her. Now my aunt has some explaining to do, but I wish she didn't have to get caught up in all of this. She's always been kind to me and doesn't deserve it. My mother's facing up to 10 years just for using my aunt's passport alone, and a slew of other charges, including one for child endangerment. Her husband left her kids were taken from her friends have seemingly distanced themselves from her from what I know. After 19 years of abuse, I finally get my revenge, and none of the charges have anything to do with me, which is interesting. Did it feel good? No, I felt nothing. Just the rise and fall of the situation, but nothing really concrete. I expected to feel something, not even satisfaction or happiness, but something. Either way, the only thing for me to do is to continue to work towards becoming the person I want to be. She told me constantly that I was worthless and that I'm nothing. I've told myself the same consistently as well in the past. I've decided I'm going to become one of the greatest photographers of my time, and I'm going to push myself as hard as possible to succeed so that anyone else who has ever suffered how I have now have no reason to doubt themselves or their ability to be great one day. As for me right now, I currently live in a homeless shelter. I decided to go to one 6 months ago after realizing all the drinking and inconsistency was making it hard for me to move forward. I wasn't saving money and was couch hopping from friend's house to friend's house. A few weeks ago, I got a voucher from the government, and sometime in the next 2 months, I can find a 1-bedroom or a studio apartment. I've been aggressively saving my small checks. I've been practicing and working on building better habits and just being a better photographer. I don't make much right now, and I know many people will say it's a stupid dream, but I know if I put all of the effort into making it work, I can not only be a self-sustaining photographer, but more than that. My situation's embarrassing and it's hard, but I know I won't be here longer than another few months. It's not some dream, it's a plan. I'll also be going back to school in the fall and pursuing photography. As for my siblings, the situation's still a bit dicey, and I don't think I'll give an update about that, but they're all doing very well. As far as my mother's concerned, as horrible as she was towards me, the only part of me that even thinks about her on rare occasions hopes she isn't having a horrible time. I don't like knowing people are hurting. I think almost anybody that goes and hears the story surely can't help but just root for OP as far as accomplishing their goals and dreams in the photography field. Do you guys feel motivated to accomplish things like I do after hearing this story? Let me know in the comments down below. Cheat on me, and I'll ruin your life for everybody you touch. Ronnie was a serial cheater throughout high school, but he was more than that. He was manipulative. He would blow through relationships, typically 4 at a time. They would only ever last a week to a couple of months before the girls would catch him cheating. He'd proceed to leak their inappropriate photos or spill their secrets and move on to a new demographic of women. He was charismatic and scapegoated his problems onto his dying father. It didn't matter anyhow. He would destroy the victim's reputation until they weren't trusted anyways. Despite this, I was in love. I was his side piece through it all. Morally, I knew it was wrong, but I'd never been in love before. Besides, he wasn't lying to me like all the other girls. He was honest about the fact he was cheating. I was special. I stuck it out. 2 years later, and he's fallen in love with me too, or so I thought. He vowed to give up cheating, even gave up adult entertainment just to have me love him back. I accepted it. We planned to marry. He was always so smart about his manipulation. When friends blocked me randomly or called me abusive, I thought it was just a misunderstanding. When people began to become aware of deep personal secrets, I thought maybe I'd slipped up during a conversation. No one ever told me Ronnie had called me abusive, a cheater, or a liar. I never knew he accused me of being the things he secretly was. He would insult me late at night before bed and then claim he didn't remember in the morning. He would slip sly comments into our talks, just enough to make me doubt myself, but never question him. He was a master at gaslighting until I hated myself and only wanted to please him. I was head over heels in love despite all of it. He would casually slap me, never when I was upset, but when I said things he didn't like. He would slap me across the face and I would be too shocked to speak. He followed it up by laughing and playing it off as okay to do or a joke so I wouldn't fight back. If I expressed that it was wrong or told anyone, he said I was misunderstanding a playful tap. Halfway through our relationship, I followed work to another state and maintained a long-distance relationship with him. It was my dream. I wanted so badly to stay, but after 8 months, I gave up my home, my pets, and my job to move 1,000 miles across the country to live with him again. I had literally nothing and was absolutely penniless. 3 months after this, I caught him cheating. He had asked a girl on a date via an alt Twitter account. I was hurt, but ultimately it wasn't so bad, so I forgave him. The seed of doubt was already planted, however. 2 months later, I snooped through his phone and noticed he had several Reddit accounts saved to Chrome. I vaguely recalled he used Reddit to view adult entertainment before, and I got a bad feeling in my stomach. I began guessing his common email and password combos. I got 5 hits total. There were more than I expected. I figured maybe he was lying about not watching adult entertainment, which isn't a big deal to me, but for 6 months, he had been using these accounts to cheat on me using hookup and adult entertainment subreddits. I confronted him. He screamed, telling me he'd already apologized to me for cheating a few months ago and I needed to quit making him sad, that he'd already said sorry and I wasn't going to get anything else. He explained that he had continued to cheat because he feared I would leave and he wanted a second option. I spent a week and a half sobbing. I had nothing but this man, and I'd never been good enough for him. I was destroyed. He screamed at me nearly every day, telling me my crying was annoying, that my depression made him uncomfortable, telling my friends I was guilt-tripping him over something that didn't happen. Finally, I snapped. I had wasted all of my high school and early adult years with a man who did nothing but walk on me. I went back to Reddit and counted every person he had flirted with or exchanged messages with. I began to voice record every conversation, screenshot every text. Next, I downloaded Tinder and Bumble. For every girl he cheated on me with, I hooked up with a guy behind his back. When we went out with friends, I began to act more and more sad and slowly dropped in conversation how Ronnie had been yelling at me the night before and that it had upset me. I began to vent to his friends and show them every screenshot. Then I emailed his mother, his grandparents, and his work voice recordings of him screaming at me. I asked his boss if his company supported domestic violence. I cried to his mother and she held me as I vented my frustrations, explaining how she had been cheated on by Ronnie's father. Ronnie began to scapegoat again. He told me he was sick in the head and his depression was causing him to act like that. I knew he was attempting to gaslight me. When we were young, I was so in love with him that I saved almost every photo and text he had sent me to a OneDrive. I had found all the times that he'd admitted to leaking inappropriate photos, cheating, and ruining girls' lives. I got in contact with each of the girls, making one big group chat and sending them every bit of evidence I could find. These were then posted all over Facebook. He had dreams of getting into politics. I joined every political group in our area and pretended to be interested in joining. I befriended the members and casually dropped into conversation how Ronnie had cheated on me and verbally abused me and ruined other people's lives. They would inquire more. I would vent and show them the mountain of evidence I collected. Ronnie was still unaware that I'd done it. He spent the night screaming and crying about how no one liked him and he wasn't sure why. He had lost his job. His friends and family wouldn't speak to him. He was being publicly shamed on social media, and his political group had ousted him. I finally dropped it onto him that I had done it and I was leaving. During all this, I had secretly removed what little money I had from his bank account and contacted distant relatives and asked for a place to stay. I was leaving. He didn't have anything left to abuse or manipulate. I don't have a solid ending for this. I just wanted to say screw you, Ronnie. I wasted my youth being abused and I won't stand for it anymore. Considering everything that OP did and everything OP shut down in Ronnie's life, do you think that punishment was enough for what Ronnie did? Or do you think Ronnie still deserves even more karma beyond that? Whether or not that would happen. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is by an anonymous poster, Best College Guest Speaker Ever. When finishing up my degree in criminal justice, we had to learn about how the justice system works and how sometimes it doesn't. For about 2 weeks, we studied a case from the early 90s of a woman that had killed her husband. Because the case is public record and a very interesting read, look up Betty Freeburg, 1993. The setting was a small town in Iowa, and the husband was the town drunk. Everyone in town knew him for a drunk, a brawler, a womanizer, and overall just a bad person. His wife was the stay-at-home mom, as she wasn't allowed to work or leave the house, aside from getting groceries. He would go home, hurt her, and violate her, and the cycle would go on, and the whole town knew. Neighbors were a quarter-mile down the road but would still call the police when they heard noises. It was well documented, and because he was never a threat to their daughter, the police did nothing aside from take him to jail like a revolving door. Each time he got out, he'd hurt her again. Their daughter was away at college but came home for Thanksgiving. While the father was at work, the daughter told the mother that her father had violated her and that she even had an abortion because of it. This was the breaking point for the mother. She got her revenge 100-fold. When the daughter went back to school after the holidays and the husband came home, she used the gun at the kitchen table on him. The table is important because it was a big farm table used for chopping up deer and other livestock. Doing the butchering was her job and she was good at it. If I could find the case report, it has pictures of the table and clear marks of chopping. She chopped up her husband and scattered his body over neighboring farms, fed what she could to her livestock, and cleaned up. Months went by, and a winter came and left. Police investigating his disappearance even questioned her while sitting at the table drinking coffee. She explained the marks on the table by explaining that she butchered her own meat and showed the officers her deep freeze. The investigation went on for months until finally a neighbor's dog brought back a body part. They identified it as belonging to him, and she was arrested on the spot. She pled not guilty and refused any offers. It went to trial, and 12 of her peers judged her not guilty due to extenuating circumstances. She confessed to the crime, explained why she did it and how, and that she had no real choice because no one was going to help her. The farm was hers, and she refused to give it up as it had been her family's home. She was let go entirely for the murder charge. The next week, we had Betty as a speaker at the class to discuss the case, and she was awesome. At the time, she ironically sold dismemberment insurance for Aflac. Betty, if you ever read this, know that you're seen as a figurehead for battered women, and you pulled off the best revenge I've ever been able to study. So I'm definitely not advocating for what she did here, but considering the circumstances and how literally nobody was helping them, I feel like you kind of understand. I mean, the jury did. And our final story of the day is by ThrowM34W4Y4RDY. Shut Up House is the prize for screwing with retirement. Cast of characters: Jim, the owner of the property; Betty, his wife; Kirsten, daughter of Jim and me; Tilda, Betty's sister; Larry, Tilda's husband; Sonny, daughter of Tilda and Larry; Larry Jr., Larry and Tilda's son; and Mike, Larry and Tilda's son. Many years ago in rural Appalachia and coal country lived a cluster of families on a hauler. Jim and Betty owned a mobile home and had their daughter Kirsten with them. This mobile home was 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, but it was sufficient enough for shelter. During the mid-1980s, a recession hit Appalachia hard, and Jim found work in another part of the country. In moving, he approached Larry and Tilda to look after the mobile home and collect rent for anyone that wanted to lease the mobile home. A rent amount was agreed to and would be adjusted for inflation and the cost of living for the area. The money was to be deposited into a savings account except for the money needed for necessary repairs and receipts kept. Jim and Betty trusted their siblings with this and moved, trusting that this money would be part of their retirement fund. I was privy to these conversations but did not pay that much attention to them at the time. Shortly after leaving Appalachia, a renter was found, and Jim and Betty were glad to know that something was coming about from the land in their home area. Then Mike moved into the mobile home, and Jim stipulated that the rental agreement did not change even with his nephew renting the mobile home. After Mike moved out, Sonny moved in and stayed for several years. Betty asked Tilda several times about the rent, knowing Sonny was very unreliable with rent in the past, and was assured that between Section 8 and food stamps, that the rent was being paid on time and there were no issues. A few repairs had been done, but the receipts were stored in the safe deposit box where the savings account was. Fast forward a few more years, Sonny finally moves out and there's a few more renters, and then the taxes are not getting paid. The mobile home will not pass for Section 8 any longer. As we, Jim, Betty, and I, have been told repairs had been made over the years, we find this odd and inquire again to Tilda, who states this was all a misunderstanding. Once again, Betty trusts her sister and is relieved when we get the tax receipt in the mail. This is very important later. Another few years pass, and Tilda dies. Jim and Betty attend the funeral, and Betty makes a gesture to assist with some of the expenses. Larry agrees, and Betty requests access to the savings account that should have at least tens of thousands of dollars by this point, not including interest, to only find out it has never existed. All of the paperwork has been fraudulent and/or forged. Remember that tax receipt? Another forgery. Betty refused to fight. She had just lost her sister. Still, Jim is livid, as am I. Sonny was always abusive to me, and to find out that she'd been living off my parents for free while receiving Section 8 for rent and getting food stamps sent me over the edge on top of the missing retirement funds. Cue revenge. So knowing everything was fraudulent from the beginning, Jim and I attempted legal means first to get revenge on this thief. We were met with walls of red tape, and with states separating us, it was an uphill battle with a slim chance of winning. Plus, the attorney fees would drain any winnings, and then more. First, I put my piece into action against Sonny. I filed claims of fraud against the Section 8 anonymously, and SNAP benefits given that there were absolutely no proof of rent being paid to the homeowner or the custodian. Larry was stupid enough not to write out a fraudulent receipt for when his daughter lived there. Next, I filed against Larry for tax evasion and Social Security fraud, since Sonny was claiming to be paying him the rent money via Section 8. This was income. Since he was not claiming this income on his tax forms, he was double dipping into the Social Security system and avoiding paying taxes. I did the same for the time Mike was paying rent, although he didn't claim government benefits, he just paid rent. The next stage was to notify their local church about the shady dealings with family. Their faith is big on lay ministers and credibility. I told anyone and everyone I could from the church directory about what had happened. I even showed the fake tax receipt. The last bit was the most nefarious. After ensuring that Larry was visiting Sonny and the house he owned was empty, a rented car was used, and while Betty drove, Jim used a .22 rifle to shoot holes in the roof, the AC compressor, the garage doors, and anything that was laying in the yard and not immediately noticeable. We wanted the burn to last, so no windows were shot out or anything evident from the start showed. Aftermath: Sonny is now being investigated for multiple charges of fraud. Her side business has been closed due to the sweeping allegations that money will not be allocated as intended. Her applications for small business loans and COVID funds have been denied. Criminal charges are being whispered, but I don't think anything will come about that portion. Larry's been found guilty of overpayment by the Social Security Administration and no longer receives benefits. He now lives with Sonny and no longer has his truck, camper, boat, or ATVs. Unfortunately, once again, criminal charges are not pending. Larry Jr. has moved into the old home that was shot up. The roof had several places where hail or other debris punched through and made it leak. The siding had similar damage. They noticed some of the bullets and they finally figured out what it was. Pierced some of the old PVC and plastic plumbing. He spent a fortune fixing the roof, plumbing, and siding where a lot of little holes were. I don't know if he's tried the AC yet, but I'll be delighted to find out if it malfunctions as severely as I hope. If people are going to be scummy like that, you don't really feel bad for them falling on hard times after, honestly, being scummy and riding off of that for so long. If you or somebody you know or cared about got totally screwed over like that, you'd want to get revenge against them too. Just so kind of happens that seems it's almost lawless a little bit in these places. Do not mess with my family. I will destroy you. Okay, so this goes way back and still leaves me fuming. Background: I'll call myself Daisy. Qualified as mechanical engineer in the mid-1980s, working in textiles in a little African country. Players: Ed the consultant with carte blanche. Ed was there to assess performance, but also to investigate why a profitable company takes a nosedive within 18 months. The villains are Bob, Knob, and Bon. Story's long, take a break and get yourself a coffee, tea, shake, cocktail, whatever rocks your boat. I was part of a management team employed on behalf of an NGO, non-government organization, company funded by the Commonwealth and IMF, International Monetary Fund, to help set up a viable labor-intensive industry for this country in the mid-1990s. To start with, this was a dream job. free luxury accommodation in a secured village that had tennis courts, a swimming pool, guest lodge. My contract included free electric, water, and a telephone landline. There was no broadband at that time, you used your landline to dial up. No mobiles at this time. Free private schooling for my 3 children, a monthly allowance, note not salary, great pension and full gold private medical insurance. The catch was that my husband was not allowed to work permanently. He could consult for companies but not be employed. This was part of the legal requirement for me to get work and residential permit. I was the total breadwinner. I was respected by the management team and my employees. I love the people of this nation, the culture, the warmth, and the willingness to learn. The majority of the employees were illiterate when they started employment. I helped set up schools to improve their verbal and written skills, not only in English but also in the local official language. I woke each day ready to tackle the challenge, see the staff develop, especially the women learning and gaining independence, and see the company flourish, become profitable. The rewards were amazing. Because the company became very profitable, it needed to be sold as a going venture to investors in the country. This was part of the agreement with the CDC, Commonwealth Development Corporation, and IMF, International Monetary Fund, who up to that point were our bosses. The sale included a clause that assured the continued employment of the local employees for 18 months after the sale. The order books were full, the bank balance very healthy on the day the new owners came in. The new owners have their headquarters in Southeast Asia. New CEO Knob and CFO Bond come in. Trouble begins. Their first order of the day was to remove the majority of the previous management and bring their team in. I was told in no uncertain terms that as a female, I should be home breeding and not working. My time was up. The company starts losing money within 9 months. This new team started blaming the local employees as the reason for the losses. Head office sends over a consultant/independent observer, we'll call him Ed, to feedback proposals, solutions, and what was the root cause. Ed was empowered to act on the behalf of the group's CEO in Southeast Asia. This is important for later. I had to have medical leave for 8 weeks. Whilst on medical leave, the CEO makes a decision to cut off free private education and no more free utilities or food allowance without adjusting my allowance. So I went from being well rewarded for the job to having to manage with a salary that was only $100 and pay for private school and all other household costs that were previously incorporated into the contract. Yes, the company can do this. Basically, a new contract was underwritten as part of the new ownership. As a true expat employee, the company owns you totally. They own the permits that allow you to work and live in the country. I made a formal complaint, but was told if I didn't like it, the company would inform the country government that I'd been fired due to not being qualified. This would mean 48 hours to leave the country with no support, no possibility of getting any of our personal belongings shipped, frozen bank account as the local government would see this as fraud, possible police record. My family would lose everything and become destitute. On my return to work, I was demoted and they placed their own man to run my previous department, engineering and maintenance. I go to introduce myself to my new manager, let's name him Bob. Bob refuses to shake hands and states that he's there to make my life heck and remove me from the company. I saw red. No one threatens my family's well-being and gets away with it. This was how I ensured the whole management lost everything. Start investigation on what's going on. In the first 12 months that this new management team's taken over, the company's now losing money and in serious debt. New equipment that had been installed by the NGO has to be sold to help pay salaries. The pension fund was found to be underfunded, was let go. Management blamed the NGO for having taken money out when they sold the company. The new management team has somehow brought over extended families. Older children were all being educated in top universities, either in South Africa or even the UK. Younger children in top private schools. There was also extended house staff, including drivers. All of this coming out as losses in the company books. To top it up, I discovered that my new manager's university doctorate degree was fake. This management team treat the local staff as subhuman. I had had enough of this BS. Time to sort these jerks out. Stage 1, prove current boss is not qualified in what he says he is. Talked to Ed about my suspicions, showed him the transcript from telephone conversations with the university that he had claimed as having a PhD from. We set a trap. There was a set of machines that were seriously underperforming. Ed and I work out a plan. I walk into lead meeting late. I was to be quiet until Ed asked me to contribute. We wanted to give Bob enough rope. In the meeting, I sit quietly whilst Bob blames the local operators, the local maintenance fitters, and everyone else for all the woes that are happening, including why we can't meet the order book demands. Ed sweetly asks if there's a possibility of a mechanical issue. Bob denies it. Ed then asks for my opinion. I explain that Bob's been changing suppliers of critical components to cheaper versions, but that still costs the same on the official books. I had evidence that demonstrates that Bob was receiving a significant percentage of the difference on the side, whilst the company charged the inflated prices. I also stated that I could fix the problem using the correct components. If I was wrong, then by all means, fire me. Ed sets a challenge to me and Bob. Each one of us has a team of fitters and our chosen components. Bob storms to the shop floor and does his usual screaming at everyone. I go down and explain what I was trying to achieve and how it would benefit the operators and get the project going. At the end of the week, we both had to report back to the management team. Ed had asked a few operators, mechanics, and production supervisors how Bob worked, and if there was any attempt to sabotage my project. Needless to say, Bob did try everything to ensure my team was not successful, but he never had the support of the locals, and his team, they already hated him. Ed gives Bob a chance to come clean, but Bob still stated I was a liar and knew nothing. Ed stands up, goes to the door, opens it, and outside is Bob's family. Ed's investigation had confirmed what I had stated. As such, Ed had organized drivers and contacts to fly to South Africa to pick up all of Bob's children from schools and universities, and for those in the UK, the university was informed no company funds would be forthcoming for the one child that was being educated. Ed proceeded to give each of Bob's family plane tickets for the following morning. Company security guards and police were sent with Bob to his bank, where funds were frozen due to fraudulent transactions. Bob accepted a plea bargain. He will not be welcome in Africa ever, and his home country police were informed. When Bob landed in his home country, the head office had organized a police escort. Bob was unemployable and his family greatly shamed. I hope he got his just desserts. Couldn't care less. Stage 1 complete. Stage 2, the final event. Prove Nob and Bon had been defrauding the company and country. Nob and Bon were still in charge of the company, now 18 months from takeover. The stated clause that the workforce could not be touched was up. Nob and Bon called an all-side meeting. They stood up front with tears running down on how the NGO had lied about the company orders and profitability, how they're trying their best, but the company's really struggling and people will lose their jobs. They announced a reduction of 66% of the workforce. I had been working closely with Nob and Bon's secretary, the accountant, and the purchasing officer, so I had been able to access the info needed. Survival kicked in. As I was part of the original management team, I had the original accounts that were audited as part of the CDC and IMF funding for the NGO. In the 18 months, I had accumulated information on the losses being shown and the missing money going offshore into private accounts and not the head office accounts. You see, these two did not respect women or the locals. They assumed that what was being done would not be picked up. If they had bothered to understand who they employed in the office, they would have found that the purchase officer and the accounting supervisor were qualified accountants with close links to the government, the banks, and they were, you're right, women. I had explained to the secretary, the accountant, and purchasing officer that there would be a time when we needed evidence to safeguard money and people's livelihoods. So the files had been building from their 6 months to now a year later. I talked to Ed and gave him the evidence we'd been accumulating. It was what Ed needed. Nob calls me to the office to tell me that I'm redundant with immediate effect. He also stated that for me to be able to stay in the country to sort out my family, I would now owe the company rent that was twice my given allowance. I lost it. I literally turned around and explained that in less than 24 hours, Nob would have no future, his family would have no future, no matter where they run, they would be found. I already knew this to be true. as Ed already had the wheels in motion. This time, the group chairman walks in on my heated conversation, together with the IMF representative and Bon in tow. Knob was fired on the spot, loaded onto a plane with an international warrant for fraud. The IMF pursued this fully. Knob was screwed. In this Southeast Asian country, a stand on your trustworthiness means you are untouchable. Bon didn't fare much better. He was locally arrested, denied access, fined, and the IMF did the same to him as what happened to Knob. Only difference was that Bon willingly ratted Knob for all he was worth. As for me, the company limped along, but I no longer trusted anyone from that group. Myself and my husband found employment in another regional country. This time, both of us had work permits and airtight contracts. No one will ever screw us over or make us feel like slaves. The message was, do not threaten my children or my family. I will destroy you by waiting until you hang. Not proud, just realistic. You gotta give a lot of respect to OP. When their family and their livelihood are on the line, they dug deep and did whatever they could to make sure they dug up whatever evidence they needed to prove this fraud and save their butts. If you could see the writing on the wall and knew that somebody had a game plan down the road to basically bankrupt you and leave you in a terrible situation, would you be doing what you could to document and dig up whatever you could find? Or would you rather just try to cut your losses and get out of there as soon as possible? Let me know what you would do in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by I signed up cause of r/ man gets his car crushed by not paying his repair bill. Not my story, but my father's. Took place in the early 2000s. He's a master mechanic who can literally work on any car, foreign or domestic. He's teaching me right now, and it's an honor to learn from him. He's always run his own independent repair shop, almost as long as I can remember. And he told me this story recently that just seems perfect for this sub. So this guy comes in with a pretty nice Chrysler convertible to get his transmission fixed. He had to remove the transmission, disassemble, and rebuild it. Pretty long process, but it's no problem. After a day's work, he calls the customer up, says his car's ready, and reminds him of the agreed upon price of about $1,200. The guy said he could only pay $600 then, and he'd have to get back to him on the rest. Now, this isn't out of the ordinary. Where we live, most people aren't exactly wealthy, and my dad's a nice guy. He single-handedly supported 4 kids and a wife, so we weren't exactly rich. It's not uncommon for people to pay in installments. He doesn't charge interest or fees or anything, just tries to do what's right. The guy pays half his bill, and with the promise of paying the remaining amount in a few weeks, he leaves with his car. About 2 months pass, however, and the guy hasn't paid. Hadn't even contacted my dad about any issues or to say something like he lost his job or something. So my dad calls him up and asks when he thinks he'll be able to pay the rest of his bill. And I kid you not, this is how the convo went. Dad said, "Hey, this is placeholder name. I was wondering when you'll be able to pay the rest of your bill." The guy says, "Oh yeah, about that. I'm not paying it." Dad, surprised, says, "What? Is something wrong with the car? If something went wrong, I'll take care of it." The guy says, No, the car runs great. I'm just not gonna pay you." Dad says, "What? Why?" The guy says, "Well, I have the car now, so I don't see any reason to pay you." They went back and forth a bit before my dad realized it was pointless and decided to enact some sweet revenge. He calls up a local towing company and gives them the guy's address, license plate, and car description and tells them to tow the vehicle to the county recycling center. He then calls up the recycling center and says, "Hey, you're going to be getting a Chrysler convertible, license plate so-and-so from so-and-so towing. When it gets there, I want you guys to crush and recycle it." And so they do. The car was crushed and recycled. The next day, the guy shows up to my dad's business, furious and with the state patrol. My dad explains the entire story, and the cops tell the guy that technically, the vehicle was moved, not stolen. The recycling center received recyclable goods and not stolen property, and now the car no longer exists, as it's been recycled, and thus was not a criminal matter, but a civil one. So the guy sues my dad, and once again, my dad explains the entire story. And amazingly, the judge says the same thing as the troopers and dismissed it. It sounds almost unbelievable because it just seems so illegal, but if a judge rules in his favor, it's gotta have some merit by a technicality or something. Granted, this was maybe 15 years ago, so the laws could have changed since. But god dang, the guy gets his car crushed simply because he chose not to pay the remaining repair bill and wanted to take advantage of someone's kindness. I mean, I agree with what OP's saying. It doesn't sound very legal at all, and I'm very, very surprised that their dad got away with that. I definitely feel like that was maybe a super one-off situation. To me, I would think 99% of the time somebody does that, they're going to be on the line for having destroyed property that's worth more than the $600 owed. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. So of both of these stories, which one was your personal favorite and why? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you haven't yet, if you could like and subscribe, that would mean a lot to me. Whatever you do, whether it's liking, subscribing, turning notifications on, all of it helps grow this channel and I appreciate the heck out of it. So until next time, I'll see you all tomorrow with some more stories.